Roll. Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Namaste. Welcome to all you guys. Hope you guys are well. Hope you guys are thriving. Hope you're all having an absolutely cracking week. Corby 2.0, Howard. Hope you guys are both happy and jiving. We got the star. We got Tone Nilsson. Namaste. Welcome, Tone. Norway. Sweet. My girlfriend's Norwegian. Spicy. You gotta love the Norwegians. Big love to all of you. Hope you guys are all having an absolutely thrilling start to what I think is going to become an awesome Saturday afternoon for you people in the States, Saturday evening for us further east. And if you're in Oz, well, you're probably asleep or you're a night owl. So we've got a lovely little show ahead of us. But before we get into the show, let's go around the table and do a little bit of introductions. Most of you know the crew. But for those of you that don't know, this will be a first timer. So we're starting off, we've got Cosmic Prankster. Cosmic is an interesting brother. He's a sort of a modern day John Dee. He's got a connection with the Fae that he's been working with and tending the proverbial Fae garden, as the metaphor goes, for a number of years. And it's an extensive system that he has channeled. I say channeled, more like they literally give it to him. He's not one of those new age guys who's like, you know, this thing is taking over me. He's more like an interpreter. Is that right, Cosmic?
Yeah, in a sense, like they kind of give me certain bits of information, then I try to kind of like figure it out for myself, and then they give me little like hints every now and then to kind of point me in the right direction. I mean, really, in a sense, like just studying this stuff is kind of like a mystical experience in and of itself, which has been kind of interesting.
And then again, we've got General Shinobi here with us. Shinobi is also another great researcher. He's been dipping his beak into a lot of different proverbial ponds and whetting his appetite with hermetics and alchemy, as well as much of the natural sciences and the occult hidden side of life, very focused on language and grounded in the real world, concerned with real world things. He's a father. He's got kids. So obviously he's concerned about the water he drinks and a little bit of activism here, what's happening to the world. So we've got a lovely bunch here. I think Indy's going to be joining us a little later. Big love and blessings to you two brothers. Please, if each of you could tell us a few things about yourselves so that we can get the ball into play.
Yeah, so like Bush Whisperer mentioned, I am a practitioner of the Fae, and I work with them and sort of their sort of metaphysical path. We see interesting to see how we handling this topic today. I never really like felt a huge like connection to ancestors, like at least here on Earth. In a way, it's almost like I feel like this Fae thing is almost like more like the real my spiritual lineage that makes sense. I don't know. I don't really feel like I have like I don't really feel like I'm sort of a permanent resident of this dimension. I always felt like I'm a visitor coming in, like a diplomat or something like that, but not a mainstayer. All right, Shinobi, what's up, man?
So unmute myself there. All right, guys, what's up? I go by General Shinobi. My name is Toby. my YouTube channel is Systematic Zoo. If anyone wants to check that out, I need to sort of up my game a bit and start uploading more content. But yeah, I've started going on podcasts. I've got a couple I'm going on next month, which I'll be sharing to my YouTube. And yeah, I thought I'd come on the panel early today because my partner's got a hula hoop performance she's doing later. So I'll probably only be here for about an hour. And thought it's a great topic because recently I've been really looking into the underworld, like death, like Saturn and Hades, how they tie in with that. And I guess like gods and archetypes as well, and what's been cast out of our psyche. Like the goat has led me down some very interesting paths. I followed the goat for a while, that sort of symbolism, and has led me down some interesting paths. We'll be looking into the sort of what they call it, like cycle people across the river, like across to the other side, so to speak. Sort of looking into Hecate, Anubis, Chiron, those sort of things, and sort of like learning what it is to die or what death is before I die, because I think it's really important that we die many times while we're alive and kind of shed our skin. And I think as we die, as we change or transmute, that's how we connect with our ancestors, like the dormant DNA and the I think it's around 97% of our subconscious seem to be very similar. It's like kind of untapped potential. So yeah, really looking forward to this chat today. I'll just point out today is a 6, 7, 8, 9. Saturday is the sixth day, and then the 25th is a 7, and then October should be an 8, and then obviously the year is a 9 as well. So I just thought I'd point that synchronicity out there.
Yeah, man, and they all add up to number 70, which is pretty cool if you add them like 20 centuries and 20 years and 5 years, 25 years, and all the days, how many months. So yeah, we've also got Indy Sage here. For those of you who don't know, Indy Sage, he specializes in shadow work, but he's also, once again, an eclectic thinker and an occultist in his own right, and very embedded within Taoist cosmology as well as Hermetics and Western ideas. So he's also very much anthropologically inspired, spends a lot of time looking into ancient languages, ancient cultures, and quite a researcher. He loves his books. Welcome, dear brother.
I was muted. So glad to be here, and this is going to be such a great discussion today. I can already tell, and I love what General Shinobi is talking about here about how we can die before death many times to prepare and become versed with our connection with the ancestors. And I think it's said that we die each night and awake each morning, reborn when we sleep, just like the sun dies each night, goes through the underworld, and then reawakens and is reborn in the east. So I feel like there's a lot there. We can go into a meditation and go into like a short journey from this world to the beyond and back. And through breathing exercises, you can really extend your power to be able to go further. And I know that the ancient Peruvian shamans used to connect with what they called the Ashaninka, the ancestors of the forest. During their shamans of grandmother ceremonies with ayahuasca, they would call in the Ashaninkas from the forest, and they would sing with them the ancient songs. So when they sing during the shamanic ceremony, they're not singing a song that they know, that they've practiced. They're singing a song that they're hearing for the first time, but they intuitively understand and are able to sing along with. And so that is a genuine ceremony of ayahuasca, where you're really being guided by ancient spirits of the forest, the ancestors of the Peruvian shamans, to the wisdom, to meet the great snake or whatever appears to you in that vision. So in my ceremony, I actually was able to communicate with the Great Mother Spider that was said to have brought people out of the caves onto the surface after the Third World in the Cherokee legend. But I like the idea of in Gnosticism, they say that if you die, that it's too late to ascend, and that if we want to ascend, it has to happen during our life when we can take what's inside of us and share it in the outside world. And then once we've done that, we're able to ascend. So that's an interesting take. I think it's fascinating that the Hebrew people believed that their bodies would rise back from the graves, and so they don't cremate. They bury the full bodies there in the coffins, hoping that at the end times that they will. It's their belief that they will rise again and then walk the earth together, which is very fascinating and different. I think traditionally, a lot of cultures around the world always believed in reincarnation and the idea that the soul will walk the earth again in a different body. And I've had experiences with past lives and future lives. And I think if we can connect to a past life, a future life can connect to us in the present. And I've been able to have those experiences. And when I came across the law of one, I was kind of shocked that they had a similar philosophy to what I had experienced, in the sense that I was sent back from a future time to a pivotal time to make changes and help bring awareness to the collective during this time, which was something that, kind of going down further rabbit holes, I had discovered after originally seeing that I might be a bodhisattva who was able to ascend but decided to choose to stay down to help others ascend before me. And so it's kind of been like a beautiful spiral into the rabbit hole of finding deeper aspects of the beyond life. I would say the afterlife, the before and afterlife. There's so much there. So I know we're just hitting the tip of the iceberg. I'm going to pass the mic out to you guys because I know I probably conjured up a thought or two.
Big love, brother. And totally. And I like the idea of getting ready to face the die before we finish rolling the dice.
Yes.
Saturn's beautiful cube. Oh, gosh. I haven't got Saturn's cube queued yet, but here we go. Saturn's cube, I effectively would say this is another version of Saturn's little dance, the dance of time. And so this gives us a beautiful opportunity to consider, that we are now heading towards the Samhain celebrations. And so the bonfire will be getting lit next week. It's just under a week away. And with the bonfire comes the wild celebration of the ancestors of those that came before, and gives us an opportunity to put to rest those that have traveled on. I think this is it's a big topic in itself, is the idea of the transition from life to the underworld, to the afterlife, and how those of us left behind struggle to carry the pieces left by a world that was shattered through an important part of that world being left behind or lost from the world as we know it. Although there is no true end, those that are here, those that move beyond are still very much a part of us. We carry them within us. Here's an interesting perspective, right? I read somewhere a long time ago by some researcher, Owen, namaste, Vincent, how's it going? Shalom, shalom. And Gaz, Big Gaz, Chaos 101, I hope you're good. Hope I haven't missed anybody out. Big love to all of you guys. Hope you guys are smiling and sweet. I'm still getting down the list, trying to keep up with the flow of the comments as they go and as the thoughts grow, as we find out what we know. Get the seeds in the ground and see just what we sow. Find that sacred river. Make sure she will flow until we grow. Yeah, so don't know what's going on there. I just find myself sort of getting lost in the rhythm. I suppose I had a late night last night, so excuse me if I do. If I sound like I've been sniffing glue. then you just say, hey, what's going on with this dude? Something that he blew. So I'll try not to do that too often. I think like we're at this pivotal point right now of creation and time and space where we are leaving an epoch behind. And I thought that'd be a good place to start, What about ancestral epochs? So we're alive. We're part of this fractal structure called reality, right? And not only are we alive, we live within this cultural being of creation. And so we call this the collapse of an epoch, right? An epoch collapse. And if you say it fast enough, it sounds like apocalypse. So we're traveling through an apocalypse at the moment. I mean, we can just take a look, turn on the news. Turn on the news, baby. Tell me it's not an epoch collapse. But with the idea of an epoch collapse is the transition from one epoch's passing the baton in the same way that a grandfather passes the baton to the father and so forth, maintaining the flow of life and evolution moving forwards. So what about ancestral epochs? This is an interesting concept. What do you guys think about the concept of an epoch being alive, a living being, and that living being lives on beyond the existence of its flesh, being, the epoch within which we live?
I like that. Now, does this tie in with the ages, like the age of the age of Taurus, the age of Pisces? So I feel like during these various ages, which seem to last approximately about 2,000 years from what I gather, maybe 2,500, something like that, give or take. These ages are very much indicative of the representative zodiacs. And so I believe it went with Taurus and then Aries and then Pisces. Is that correct? You guys know?
Allegedly.
So in that order,
Sorry?
was it Taurus and then Aries and then Pisces and then Aquarius?
Yeah, and then Aquarius. Yeah.
Right. So during the age of Taurus, Taurus can be a very peaceful, calm, and stable zodiac. My father being born on Cinco de Mayo, he has that financial stability. He lives in comfort, and he very much values his comfort. But at the same time, there's a bullheaded, stubborn aspect to that. And in order to gain that power and that prestige and that wealth, he had to step on some heads. And so in my father's case, his pinnacle of his life achievements was to have created a phone system that got over 100,000 employees fired from GMC to be replaced with a machine. And he was so proud of what he had done to help them with their profits. So you can imagine during the age of Taurus that there was a lot of gathering of wealth. There was a lot of gathering of resources. And I think that was a point where the peasants started to become trampled by their kings. Of course, they were probably at that point pretty just grateful to be protected from the sieges that would come in from neighboring tribes and neighboring kingdoms. And so they had the knights were there to protect them. But at the same time, if they were to violate any of the king's rules, they would have to suffer the consequences of the courts, the high courts of the king, and the penal system that they had in their time. And so as things were pretty harsh during those times and feudal times, then things started to transform a bit in the age of Aries, where we have the seeking of acquiring things and the seeking of being able to get what one desires. And so during this time, there was kind of a darker time where there was a lot of orgiastic rites of the people, and they were kind of getting a little wild. There was the worship of Baal and Molech and Jezebel and Asherah, and they had the sacred maypole, which they would dance around orgiastically and tried to bring in the fertility for the crops in the spring. And they would sleep with the priest. The women would sleep with the male priest. The men would sleep with the female priest to to become pregnant sometimes, even though they did have marriages in their time. And I believe they thought it gave a better, potentially diverse gene pool. I'm not sure, but it was pretty loose. And then after that time, they came into the age of Pisces, the cold feet phase, where they kind of pulled back from that orgiastic seeking what you desire, and the ram-headed stubbornness and that bull-headed stubbornness in their previous ages had kind of faded away with the teachings of Yeshua, that kind of transformed people's awareness from a time before them of fire and brimstone and wrath and judgment and punishment to a time of forgiveness and understanding, and a time where people started to come to respect the golden rule, where they would do unto others as they would have done unto themselves. And so there was a big movement there in the ability for humans to be in a place of harmony amongst the collective with one another. They're starting to grow and become aware of harmonic potential. And so as we come into the age of Aquarius, that's going to even blossom forward into the pouring of the waters of life onto the collective, where we're going to be able to take the power back, potentially be able to establish thrival in finally coming over this struggling stage of divide and conquer, where our authority that has been dividing us is now falling and collapsing. And so the next following course of action that would follow would be the rising of the collective, the grassroots coming back into sovereignty, stepping away from the machine, the detrimental technology that we had carried with us for so long since the Industrial Revolution that has been bringing us down will fall away. And it would be good to see that people can then go back into sovereignty and create their own products and services and foods and things of the sort, and crafts and such, and begin to establish barter trade. That kind of a society has amazing potential, where the society that we're in is a kind of a penny pinching capitalist society in which it's all about the profits. So things that we've been doing for money in the end of this Piscean age, in somewhat of an effort to be able to disperse the wealth amongst the collective, to help people, so to speak, has been detrimental to us in the sense that really it's being under an overarching priority of financial wealth and profit. It has kind of driven all of the good intentions and humanitarian efforts kind of into the mud. But we really are starting to gain awareness from seeing all this now, from seeing that the government might be doing climate control and destroying entire villages and towns and counties to overtake and land grab. There was the COVID situation that brought a lot of people to awareness of the Medical Sick Care Society institution that is somewhat questionable and being kind of lost to biotechnology and pharmaceuticals, falling away from the lost healing arts of the pagans before the time of the Roman takeover. But there was a time during the medieval times, during what the so-called Dark Ages, which is known as the First Renaissance, that people started to step away from control of the Roman Empire and begin to develop the values of chivalry. And before those times, the values were kind of a lingering regime from the age of Taurus, of raping and pillaging and building another road to rape and pillage again. And that's what the Romans had done. They've made that whole system of being able to create these roads so that their armies could go destroy and rape and pillage towns. And so at the end of the Roman Empire in the 4th century, the people of the Norse people crossed the Danube River and took the power back. And so when those people had power, it was very unstable for a time because everyone was trying to fight to have the power. And there was really no stable king that lasted a very long time, at least in the beginning. But over time, people started to settle down. And in the beginning of the First Renaissance, they started to explore and start to have a greater understanding of human anatomy and bring back some of these ancient seeds for the different herbs that the witches had sent for people to put in their gardens and heal themselves. And this was very prominent during these times. But of course, when the Dark Ages fell and the Roman Empire gained control once again, they demonized those times. But if we look at it, the values of chivalry are like night and day compared to the values of the Greco-Roman period. We have these values. I'm going to go through a little rundown of what those values are in particular. We know there's certain principles that they used, but here's a little bit of a deeper aspect of the 17 codes of chivalry. Nobility of service, death before dishonor, enterprise in obedience to rule, respect all worthy people, honor all those above your station, command obedience through respect, scorn those who are ignoble, protect the innocent, punish the guilty, courtesy to all ladies, battle is the test of knighthood, combat is glory, defend your charge unto death, war is the flowering of chivalry, death to all who oppose the cause, art are the foods of the chivalrous, anger blinds and a cool head wins the day. And so although this is kind of a morbid set of codes to a degree, you can see that there's a lot in there where it's about respecting and giving women the respect that they deserve and being kind and to other people that are respectful. And they say to scorn the ignoble, and they say to align yourself with your kingdom. And so when you're fighting for glory, it's good to fight as a knight with your bravery and very, very much controlled aggression and under the obedience of the king. And in a way, it was about colonizing and expanding their territories, but in another way, it was also about protecting their homeland and their people. So there's a bit of a dark aspect to those values, but at the same time, they were a really giant leap from the previous values of the Roman Empire. And so we see that instead of fearing being invaded and conquered, and put to unalive by Roman soldiers, people were now feeling that they could rise up, create a kingdom for themselves, protect their people, and live in harmony. And so that was a big step forward. Now, after the Industrial Revolution, the classical period in between kind of took a dive. We see a loss of the sophistication of human culture. People had become then at that point back into like a slave role, kind of like the peasants had first experienced in the beginning of feudal times. And so we're seeing.
I wanted to
go ahead.
Sorry, brother. I just wanted to ask something about that. Before you move on from the chivalry code.
Yeah.
Am I right? Are there 3 references to being, what's the word? Doing what you're told. Is that right?
Yeah.
Doing what your king tells you, basically, and honoring station. Is there something about honoring station?
Respecting your authorities. Yeah, honor the station above you.
It's almost, there's quite a lot of that in our society today, if we think about it. But what bugs me is when they're talking about ladies, they're not talking about women. Right?
Right. So is that like
they're talking about like 1 out of every 100 women needs to be respected, right?
Why is that?
Or 1 out of every 1,000 women, only the ladies, and the ladies are the aristocrats and the nobles.
Oh, the noble ladies, got you.
The peasant women are not ladies.
Oh, okay.
So if you're not noble, then there's something about respect and what was that thing? Rule with respect with
Command obedience with respect. So
How
when
does one do that?
telling people what to do, say it in a respectful way. So instead of yelling at them and say, just go get it now, you have to say, would you please go get it for me?
Right.
You know,
That's very aristocratic, isn't it?
Yeah. It's just a big difference. And we could use a lot of that today. I think there's a lot of issues where people that are mean tend to go have better upward mobility in the workplace because they're the kind of people that could fire somebody. Whereas other people will keep people on. They don't have that kind of guts to say what they don't want to say to people, and they're going to carry on people that should not have been there. So I think there's an aspect of that, and that kind of goes all the way to the top. People that they see the agreeable personality trait is discriminated in the workplace, and women are pushed into socialization and gender role of agreeableness. And so women, because of that, are discriminated, not because they're women, but because they have chosen to use agreeableness. And this is for feminine women. Whereas masculine women are not so agreeable and have much greater chance of moving up the corporate ladder. So I think that that's kind of backwards as far as commanding with respect. They are the kind of people that they've chosen to take power are the people that command with disrespect. The people that are willing to be disrespectful and rude and cruel are the ones that are able to move past the bottom rung. So that's a bit strange how that happens to be the case. And it's so sad that we can't go back to understand more about the values of that chivalry rule and code to command.
This is quite interesting. I think a lot of this has changed in the last 5-10 years. Because I remember when I was younger and management was very different in the way that they behaved. You know, if they were going to sanction you, it was always done in a very mild and very respectful way. These days, I think there seems to be a lot more workplace abuse happening because of exactly what you're saying. And I think like we've got a perfect example of it, right? Let's just look at the kind of people that have come into power like Trump, right? Now, not to knock Trump for this or that, but I have often seen him trying to bully other presidents or other prime ministers. Have you seen this? He'll grab their hands and he'll literally try and physically bully them in front of the camera. And I'm like, what are you doing, dude? Like he's showing them that I'm stronger than you. You see, I got your hand. Yeah, I got your hand, buddy. You know, and I'm like, dude, you're a president. Like 20 years ago, presidents were like all very polite and respectful. And he's like you're a bunch of idiots, you know?
Yeah, I think there's no coincidence that it ties in with the emergence of AI, because the artificial intelligence is arrogance. That's like this kind of like fake intelligence, basically. And obviously there's a kind of air of arrogance in society, and it's the emergence of AI as well. So obviously we're going to have a president like Trump bringing that in, somebody who's like, you know, and even Bush before him as well. Obviously I had Obama in between, but they both seem to be acting stupid. Like obviously they're actors, but Bush, when he was president, there was like Bushisms where he said the most stupid stuff, and then now he's fine. And it's like now there was obviously Biden as well, who's like a geriatric, who is probably like wasn't actually Joe Biden. And then now we have Trump, who is actually an actor, and he was in WWE as well, I think. And they're clearly actors, and it's to do with like psychological manipulation. Like if you have somebody who's supposed to be the most powerful person in the world, like acting like an idiot, but Trump does it with an arrogance. And at first I was like, oh, I kind of admire that, because he doesn't like, I kind of admired it at first, just for a brief amount of time. But then it's just got to the point now where it's just kind of, it's a ridiculousness. He's so ridiculous as a character. It reminds me of Donald Duck as well in a way. And like, obviously he's orange, but yeah, there seems to be an arrogance in the air with like this kind of future of AI and artificial, and that how we can manipulate matter and just alter everything, including the human body and the human brain, consciousness, anything and everything. They're trying to like alter and change it. And I think to have Trump in power is just that would happen. You need somebody who's so arrogant, who kind of fits the who fits the script, I guess.
Yeah, and they had Ronald Reagan was an actor. He did a little movie called Bedtime for Bonzo with a chimpanzee or bonobo. It's pretty cute. But he, like Arnold Schwarzenegger as a politician, Ronald Reagan was also an actor before. And so
Zelensky as well.
It was that
Zelensky as well was an actor, I think, too. They all are. It's like the world's a stage, right? So
yeah, and these politicians are really actors, and that's why they hire actors to work that job. And so Reagan was quoted as saying when he was going up against Jimmy Carter, he said, he rides to the rescue now with a crazy quilt of obvious election year promises, which he'll ask Congress for next year. And he was talking about the crazy quilt. So they have these like ridiculous like concepts and words that they use, and they use doublespeak. So when they talk, it's like they're making it sound like one thing, but it's really something else. And so they're really versed in like the rhetoric of like the sophists of like ancient Greece that were like have become like the law and the lawyers and the judges. It's just like tricky language and words to like mislead people and get what you want out of it.
Yeah, Trump was also in Home Alone too.
Oh yeah.
And like you say, he was he was running WWE for a while. He's in the Wrestling Hall of Fame, isn't he? Wow. But he never wrestled. like how do you never wrestle but you get into the Wrestling Hall of Fame? Like there's something going on there. But I think like this, it's thank you, Indy. You've drawn a beautiful bridge here across for us to get a sense of the different worlds that our ancestors have lived in. You know, this is one of those interesting points. Like I find myself sitting on the cusp of two epochs, and I grew up in that world of like, you know, where WWE, no. It wasn't WWE. It was WWF. It was the World Wrestling Foundation. And then they changed the name from WWF. I think it was in 1995 or something. 1990 something. They changed the name from WWF to WWE because of World Wildlife Fund. So you talk about obfuscation, you talk about clever double. So what happens when you charge up a word or an anagram, right, with psychic content magically, and you have WWF, which is fun and games and wrestling and, you know, bright lights, girls with bikinis. Wasn't that interesting how they always had really pretty girls holding the numbers for the next round, walking around in WWF? I wonder how many people went there to watch the wrestlers, you know? And that's what I remember being a teenager. I was like, oh, these guys are throwing it. Oh, she's quite cute. You know, when you're like 16, that's what you notice, right? And I was never really too into wrestling, though. I always found it a bit too, something silly about it. But regardless, they charged up this name WWF, and then they handed that name to the World Wildlife Fund. And isn't it interesting how important the World Wildlife Fund is as a facade, as a smokescreen that is being created for taking away our rights, for creating carbon taxes, for selling the idea of global warming, right? That we are destroying our planet, that there are too many people in the world, that there is a cause to reduce the world population. These were like narratives that were sold to us repetitively, brainwashed into us, into my generation, to the point of like where I almost started to think when I was younger, well, I suppose it makes sense. But it was when I started really thinking about it, I was like, hold on, does it really make sense? You know, are they just playing us? And I think like this control mechanism is something that has always been present, but they've been really careful to keep changing the facades so that we can't see that we're on a stage. They don't want us to see the stage, right? They keep changing their masks. It's like actors. It's like Chili Peppers are really good at that, aren't they? They get on the stage. It's one of the things about the Chili Peppers live gig that makes it probably one of the better live gigs. Because you like, what are they going to wear next? Like every 2 or 3 tracks they change it. They come out dressed like they're ready for the War of Independence, or they come out dressed like they've escaped from a camp club or something. And but it's a way to take your mind off of something, right? It's like a clown. They put on a clown suit, put on a nose, paint their face, take the emphasis off of them so that they can poke fun at you. Because if they weren't wearing that clown suit, you'd be like, I wouldn't remember your face, buddy. But it's a clown suit. You don't know who it is, right? Could be anybody. So that person then has the license now with this facade to get away with mischief. And so it's interesting. You know, we say clowning around when you're doing mischief, like to our kids, right? You two stop clowning around. I bet you say that to your kids, no?
I haven't used the word clowning. No. I get it. I've heard other people saying that. It's not the word I'd use for them, though. But yeah, kids do love being actors, though. They love putting on a show and being clowns. But that's the thing. That's like these so-called leaders. They're like children still. They haven't been initiated like into. They're like, I think they're their minds or their psyche so easily malleable. That's why they're in the positions they are, because they haven't connected with their ancestors. They're like a fragment of themselves. So they have all of this space in their mind where these beings can come into. And so that's why it looks like and seems like they may have dementia or something, because perhaps they're being controlled from outside sources. Who knows? But definitely, especially here in the UK, our politicians are very much little boys. They're not men. They're not leaders. They're I think that perhaps it's been that way for a long time, but especially here, you know, they're not men.
They were the kids in school that followed the rules and sucked up to the teachers, right?
and then cried if anyone did anything to them. The sort of kid who's like, when the teacher's back turned, they're like that, and then you go and speak to them and say something, and they go, "Oh, miss," you know. Yeah.
Yeah, that's so. Here's an interesting perspective. Have they given us opportunities to honor the passing of epochs? You know, so on one hand, they've taken away our right and our ability to honor our ancestors because the laws are so strict. Like if there's a cadaver, to use the correct term, can you take a cadaver home with you and say, no, I want to take this cadaver home with me. I have some special things I'd like to do with this cadaver. What's the government going to say? They're going to be like, no, you may not have that cadaver. Yeah, but this is my grandfather, and I want to go home and do special work with this cadaver. No, you may not. But in our old times, we got to be a part of honoring this passage, right? So if you want to go home and do whatever is your honoring of this, you know, I want to go home, I want to make a raft, I want to push the raft out to sea and set it on fire, right? I'm a Viking, I'm Norse. Or I want to get a really high spire and I want to feed the vultures, you know, the cycle of life, some parts of India. Or, you know, I want to personally do the cremation myself, or I want to get the skull bone right? Myself, I want to keep the skull bone as a bowl, because in ancient traditions, this is what you would do, right? You would honor the ancestors. You would handle the cadaver. You would decide, we're going to keep this as an heirloom. But like the churches have got like parts of cadavers, right? That they say, well, this was Emmanuel's cadaver pieces. Look, we've got this piece of Emmanuel's cadaver. Yeah, you may all bow before this box of this piece of cadaver. And we don't even know whose cadaver that is.
Catacombs in churches that are built entirely from bone, pretty much.
Yeah, so like this has been taken away from us. Like, wouldn't it be an interesting idea to be able to keep the skull bone of your ancestors? This is something I think we used to do.
I think my kids should have my skull on the mantle, my grandkids.
Damn straight, so they can honor it.
I
They
got
can
scars.
put a little hole in it, put incense in it, and remember you and have a part of you that's present. And I think like we've been taught to sort of like, okay, they're done and dusted. Give the cadaver to those people. They'll go and deal with it. We'll trust them to handle the cadaver with respect. We'll give them money and just trust that the cadaver was handled properly. In the old days, you didn't give a cadaver like, excuse me, what's your name? My name's John. Okay, you're a stranger. Take my favorite person in the world's cadaver and deal with it. That would be like, you don't come near this. This is my grandfather. Like I will end you if you come near my grandfather.
Unless you got the bubonic plague, anybody can take them away. They got the plague. Just get them out of here.
Yeah, well, this is what it is. We've got complete and utter strangers handling our loved ones' bodies. And if we were to go back 500 years, our ancestors would go, what do you mean? Like, no. Like, no, you will not take our grandfather. We will do it ourselves, thank you. Yeah. We will do it. This is our we are going to honor this process. We are going to be the ones to dig the hole. We are going to be the ones to do this funeral rite. But then what happened? The church came along and said, no. No, you shall not honor them. We shall honor them, and we shall tell you how you are allowed to honor them. You will sit there. We will do this. We will do the sermon. We will do the speech, and it will be all about this guy or that guy on the cross or this one. And this one's of little relevance. But in the ancient times, sorry, brother, yeah?
And then they'll charge you for it all as well.
Yeah.
So like they've taken away our rights to really honor our own ancestors, our nearby ancestors. Then they've taken away the ability to honor the ancestral spirit of an epoch, which I find quite interesting as well. And they do this by obfuscating history, by changing history.
You know what happens if you actually get your hands on your own family's bodies and put the grave on your property? You become immune from tax permanently. If you bury a body on your property, you never have to pay taxes again for that property.
Are you kidding?
Is that why they're all buried by churches, so they don't have to pay tax on the church? Yeah, wow.
Yep, that's how the church gets away with it.
And can you get the lawful right to do that? Or is it a lot of paperwork? And it's like it's applications. By the time you're done, like the cadaver's like it's vaporized, right? Like, no, well, you got to fill out this form. It's going to take 3 months. And well, you got to fill out this form. It's going to take 6 months. Well, by 2027, you'll be. You
think there's like a fee to have to do that? I think you might have to get a license or a fee or something, both, to do that potentially. But in the long term, you would probably save money from not having to pay the taxes. So it would actually end up in your favor to do that. And that's something I was considering at my girlfriend's house, that we were actually backed up on 7 years of taxes and owe about $9,000 now. But that kind of those expenses could be nullified by doing something like that. And what better way to be closer to your ancestors and your relatives, to be able to visit them more often and think of them more often.
This is a very, very. Is this for real? Is this a fact? I mean, you've obviously researched this. You don't pay in the U.S. in your state. You don't pay tax if you have somebody buried on your property.
Yep.
Wow. I wonder why that would be. What would your thoughts be, like metaphysically, occult, spiritually? What would be the reason behind this?
I think because it becomes a sacred site. It's a sacred site. It becomes like a religious property, or like a religiously protected property that no longer is sanctified from having to participate financially with the government, because it's like it's its own sacred space. I don't know what words they use to consider that, but it's like something to do with the religious or sacred aspect of the property after that.
It makes me wonder whether there was a reason for this in old times. I mean, maybe let's stop for a moment, right? So banksters, sorry. The banksters, they are very often, they like to stand around on which kind of floors do they like? They like checkered floors. Why do they like checkered floors? Because it goes with the apron. You know what I'm saying? Like this checkered floor, it goes so well with my apron. So they like wearing aprons and checkered floors. And maybe that occult allegiance. And maybe because many of the bankers or gangsters that like the checkered floors because it goes so well with their aprons, maybe that lot know that they've been playing with the wrong friends at night. And so they know that they don't want to have an association with the other side because they know that they owe some kind of tax. We're not talking financial tax here. Maybe there's a liability that they have to what they have done on the physical plane. And they don't want any open door between the worlds to bring any potential spiritual influences toward them. Because imagine this. Imagine that you wanted tax on the property where I lived. And I'd be, well, hold a moment. I'm going to give you this money. But first, I'm going to do a little ritual with this money with my ancestral bones. Give me a minute. I'm going to bless the money for you. How would the banks feel about having this money in their possession? Knowing how they feel about checkered floors and aprons, right? So a lot of the higher, more empowered members that run these fraternities are very deeply embedded within the occult, and they understand occult power. Do you think there could be some element of this? What do you guys think?
Yeah, possibly. I know what happens is that it can actually affect the resale value of the property. And so by doing that, you make it so that you might not be able to sell the property. So they give you a break. But what they're saying here is that as long as it's exclusivity in the area of the burial, there's nothing else being used for the land. You don't use the land you don't have any structures on the land like sheds or recreational areas. You can't rent the burial rights. You can't use the land for profit. As long as you follow those rules, then you become exempt from taxation.
Interesting. So if you got a big piece of land, you could dedicate some of that land to being a burial site. You just don't put structures on it.
Yeah.
That's fascinating. So if you're like a billionaire and you own like a chunk of Croydon, for example, right?
Right.
Like there are rich people that own a lot of land. And all you need to do is put one grave on that massive piece of land and you don't pay tax on that land at all, but you still own it.
Yep. And those properties.
And if you and billionaires get to do this. So it's a loophole for tax, I'm betting.
Yep.
And they're then not liable to maintain the land either.
No, this is
because if you own a piece of land and you don't put a structure on it, you can lose your rights to the land. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this with squatting rights, you could even lose a land with like a mansion that you built on there that you own. If people just stayed there for 7 years unquestioned, then they have the right to keep it. It's crazy. But in my state, North Carolina, they don't have that anymore. They used to. But I feel like these kind of laws, to me, I feel like the reason why they had these laws is like if they came here to the United States and these buildings had already been here, and they wanted to pretend like they had built them. By these laws, they could stay there for so long and pretend like they did. Because I've seen so many images of these buildings with like a lower level that's sunk in mud, and they expose it, and then it seems like they're so beautiful and the architecture is so amazing. Like, when did America do this? There's places that look like they're Sumerian that are now like a tire factory. These are ridiculous things. But the age of a lot of the structures here in America, I've done some boots on the ground research at the Poinsett Bridge in South Carolina. It's a Gothic arch bridge from like the time before the conquistadors had even come here, that age. And so it's questionable whether a lot of the structures in the world were actually built by the Tartarians or were they built by like the current like Roman Empire regime.
Yeah, so I've got something that kind of ties those things in between bankers and Tartaria and stuff. Like some research I've been doing recently is had this thought the other day about the ether and the ore, and sort of pulling from the ether. And I was thinking, like, where has all the magic in the world gone? And then I thought, is that it's not gone? It's just guarded by dragons, and it's hidden away from this kind of darkness that's in the world. What I mean by that is that the magic is kind of this watery energy. The north of Saturn, for example, Kairos, Mercury, this flow time, that is magic, and that is still within us, around us, but with the monetary system and the currency, which has been stuck in the banks, which is our kind of all of our energy, like Mon E is one energy. That is the energy exchange that we will give, which used to be a form of magic. There used to be like gold coins or like the gods on coins, and people used to exchange coin, and there used to be a form of magic in that kind of exchange. It was more of a exchange of energy, but now it's all been siphoned off into the banks. And I kind of have connected this to the subconscious as well, our subconscious, that because of this kind of energy, watery essence, which is the subconscious realms, like the rivers in our mind, the rivers of the underworld, it's kind of being siphoned off towards somewhere else. But I think that these dragons, like the Tartarian flag was a black dragon, and its tail was curled, much like the Capricorn sea goat tail is curled as well. And I've sort of been thinking recently, have we come from the age of Capricorn into Aquarius? Was Tartaria the age of Capricorn? Is that why the goat was cast out of people's minds and the dragons were cast out as well? But that's just some research I'm doing, because it seems that the zodiac wheel goes backwards, whereas to me it makes more sense to go forwards. But that's something I've just started looking into. So yeah, I think that the magic which is inside all of us, like our watery nature, our essence, our flow time, our potential, is in the innermost cave. It's in the dark, the subconscious, dormant DNA, however you want to put it, and it's guarded by dragons. And I think that they're there to protect our essence, which is our gold, our gold, our monatomic gold, the most powerful energy, which is God, guardians of dimensions, our guides, our ancestors. It's all potential in us. And I think that this is why dragons have been cast out of people's minds, and perhaps why some dragons have left. But I think if we tap into that dragon energy, that will be more protected. And that if we go into the dark, if we go into the underworld while we're alive and go through the rivers of Hades, the 5 rivers, one of which is the Archons, the river Archon. If we sail these rivers while we're alive, we can connect to our ancestors. So yeah, I just thought I'd tie that in to do with money, magic, the bankers. Also, B and W can be interchangeable in language. So you have bankers also being wankers, philologically. So yeah, I just wanted to tie that in and connect it to Tara as well, because I think that during that age we were much more connected to water and the earth, like a more of a feminine energy, and I feel there's some kind of association with Enki and Tartaria, and I haven't quite made it all click together yet, but I just feel that Pan being cast out of people's minds, this goat head, the scapegoat, also the goat and the snake and dragons are very similar. Like dragons are a snake but with a goat head, and these have all been cast out of our minds. And I think that this is all done on purpose, so our head can be filled with this artificial, these false memories, or this artificial history, so that we're not connected to our ancestors. And Howard made a really brilliant comment earlier. I'm just trying to find it now. It was to do with
wokeism.
They don't want you to connect with anything because your inherent power is your consciousness interactions. No, it wasn't that. Oh god, I can't find it.
Was it this one?
It was the past, present, and future. Yeah, it was to do with wokeism. Yeah, but I thought
This is why they invented wokeism. It's because they want us not to honor the previous epochs. They want us to forget
and to not be present. So we're looking to the future and worshipping the future. Like what's ahead and not looking to the past. So, and it's to do with orientation as well, and it could be to do with the pole star, the swastika being demonized, the axis mundi. I mean, the World Health Organization, to current events, had an operation called Polaris, which involved 15 countries not long ago. And Polaris is also an X-Men, and she's to do with magnetism and pestilence and stuff like this. And I've just made some connections where what's going on in the world and the collective psyche and in here is that they're trying to disorientate us. Because if we're connected to our ancestors, if we're able to navigate the waters, if we're able to be in flow time, we kind of know where we're going. But what the mainstream does, and current events, is they pull us off course. So you can kind of get, like, for example, Charlie Kirk and that kind of thing. Like people can get kind of lost in the current, and then your attention can be pulled somewhere else. And it can be disorientating, like spiritually for some people. You know, you're left, you're right. Who am I? What am I? Where are we going? Where have we come from? So yeah, this is why I think the Egyptians thought when you die, you have to have your ka and your ba in balance, because it's your arc, which is like your anchor point, I guess, or the pole of the caduceus, your central point, which crosses over to the next place. But you have to have your ka, the mind, and the ba, your soul or your identity, in balance, like your feeling and your thinking, your heart and your mind. And right now this kind of ties into the Enneagram as well, because I think we're sort of between a 4 and a 5. We're in between the heart and the head at the moment. We're in between the feeling and the thinking. We're in between the water and the earth and the air and the fire. And we're at a crossroads because we've just gone past a millennium. Now we're going into a different epoch. And when I've looked at the so I think we're right at the bottom of that, in between the 4 and the 5. And I think that So we're just about to start heading upwards towards a different yuga. And I think the Kali Yuga was where the 4 is, and the Dwapara Yuga is where the 5 is when I've looked at it on the wheel. And it does seem that we're kind of in the middle, and that like there's a kind of battle for the heart and the mind. There's this kind of, or I guess 2 sides of Saturn. The Kairos, flow time, the more kind of heart, the feeling, the present moment, and then the Chronos, the chronological, more scientific or air, kind of quantified. I just kind of, I felt for a long time we're kind of in the middle, and you can look at it as 2 gods as well. You can look at it as in the middle of Enlil and Enki. Enlil being the wind, the air, the AI, the kind of thinking mind, the order, and then Enki, the water and earth, or the chaos, and the flow, and the more kind of feeling. And I just really think we're right in the middle of these 2, and it ties into Saturn as well, or Zervan, because Zervan was cosmic time, the timeless, like Saturn, the potential, the yin yang sphere. And then you have Ahriman, which I equate with Enlil. And then you have Ahura Mazda, which I equate with Enki. And right now there's a kind of battle between these 2 potentials of how we perceive ourselves, how we perceive time, which trajectory we're going to go on. Are we going to go with our thinking mind, our quantitative, our kind of more air, artificial, or are we going to tap into the ancient intelligence, the more kind of flow time, the side of Saturn which people don't know about, the Kairos. And I really think, yeah, we're at a crossroads at the moment. We're in such a key point. And Indy, you were saying that perhaps that you came back to this time to help others awaken. And I really feel the same too. Like, I feel that if I was to die now, that I would want to come back to help others. And I feel that my path is to be kind of like Anubis or Saint Christopher, to help others cross the water. I just really have a strong pull to help others cross the water, and I'm trying to navigate it myself. Like, I've not crossed over and come back. I'm in the water right now and having fun. But you can be a bit misunderstood in the water because there's a lot going on, and how do you put the whole ocean into a cup so others can kind of see what's going on in your mind? So yeah.
Now, when you refer to Anubis crossing the waters, do you refer to like going to the underworld and meeting him there? Like
yeah, well,
sticks.
I think Anubis came before Osiris. I haven't really looked into that too much, but I do know that Anubis was god of the underworld before Osiris. And Anubis is a dog head, a black dog, and there's relations to him and Hecate as well, and the liminal spaces, the underworld, and then potentially the dark star as well, the black sun, the sort of our identity, or the bar, our inwards, our soul. And obviously Anubis is present with the wane of the souls as well. And yeah, I've just like had a strong connection with both Anubis and Hecate. And also Saint Christopher, who was the patron saint of travelers, also like the Christ bearer. He carried Christ across the waters. He's depicted as a dog head. So Saint Christopher and Anubis are the same essence, really.
The Christ cipher.
Ah.
Yeah, the Christ cipher. What's this Christ cipher that they're banging on about? Yeah, there's definitely, I mean, I think like in the older, what we see like in the older records of what we can find, it seems that the sun god played a dual role when it came to the underworld. And this is why I think often Osiris has been related to the solar in some ways, even though he's not a solar deity. there has been some associations with solar elements and Osiris, but Osiris is specifically not solar. But in old times, like I know that the Sumerians, some of the Phoenicians, the Akkadians, they all had twin perspectives of their solar deities, the above the line and below the line. And in both instances, the sun was the ruler. So it's interesting, like, you know, that Osiris came into being, and obviously Orion is what Osiris is related to, which is quite interesting. Where we're looking at the biggest constellation in the sky. But just winding it back to this ancestral story, and I think this is really quite powerful and quite important. You know, the way that they've taken our epochs away from us, they haven't given us the opportunity to properly celebrate our ancestral heritage. So I did a show on the Boogosphere a little while ago. I don't know if those of you that saw it. It seemed to get quite a lot of exposure. It's interesting that the reason I felt I had to do the Boogosphere some justice was because all that I saw about the Boogosphere was extraterrestrials. I was like, hold on. What evidence is there of this thing having anything to do with extraterrestrial? There's no evidence. It's just, well, it's an assumption. And I think this assumption is a dangerous and toxic assumption because they want us to believe that we are new, that we were crawling around in caves, that we had no civilization tens to thousands of years ago. Okay, that has fallen on its face. They've had to move that back hundreds of thousands of years. But I think as the information slips through the cracks, they'll have to move it back till it gets to the point of 1,000,000 years. And they'll recognize and realize, okay, so humans have been evolving for a long, long time. And we were not mindless. Speech didn't happen recently, right? They would have us believe that we weren't speaking 20,000 years ago, which, if you think about it, is a ridiculous concept. Because our brains haven't changed that much. If we look at the brains of humans, of our skulls, right, from like millions of years ago, and the humans of today, we haven't changed that much that we didn't have the ability to communicate. So it stands to reason that we would have communicated, because if you can, you do. Animals communicate because they have their own ability to communicate, and they do communicate one way or another. It's about safety, and humans being we're not like a predator. We're not a lone creature. We are a herd creature. We get together in groups and we work as groups. This is how we've survived. This is what we've done. It's our history. So when you're in a group, it stands to reason that there would be communication, especially since our intelligence shows that we've been doing things. The point is, they don't want us to recognize that we have a heritage of intelligence, a heritage of technology, a heritage of high society, high civilization. And so they've taken away our history, and now they've taken away our cadavers so that we're not allowed to properly celebrate our own, ancestors in real time. And I think like this is part of the dissociation that they've facilitated for us. And it's why it's so important that we need to do, like, what am I going to do when it comes to that sacred day, right? I've been considering, because whatever I do is going to have to involve my child. Yeah. And so when I think of like how to celebrate Samhain, I'm going to sit down with my son and I'm going to tell him a story about our ancestors, where they come from. And we're going to play a bit of drum. And we're going to burn some of our sacred herbs and resins. And we're going to get into a trance. And I'm going to explain to him that within you lives my father and my grandfather and your mother's father and your mother's grandfather and their grandfathers, they are alive inside of you. They're living in such a dimensional zone that you can't really see them right now, but the time is the great illusion, right? So we believe that we're stuck in this third dimensional version of reality, when actually reality is a profound octave of possibility within which are many tones and many scales of being wrapped up in a single package of appearance, though with the potential for us to dig within ourselves if we have the dignity to do so and the integrity to bring all parts into a singular unity of expression, that we're able to access all parts of the proverbial puzzle of who we are. And so this I think is like an important thing that we need to start doing with our children. I believe that this is something that was taken away from us, and it's something, it's the reason why Halloween has been turned into what it has become, right? Trick or treat. Wow, trick or treat. That's what they've turned it into. Is that a little bit insulting, or is it me? Like that's how we honor our ancestors. Go knock on someone's door and say, we're going to trick you if you don't give us sweets. It's like we're teaching our kids to be gangsters, man.
Yeah, also around this time of year, during the change of season, people have slightly weakened immune systems, or when the veil's finished, whatever, like things come in, and people can be a bit like, I look at it as the trees shed their leaves around this time of year, us humans shed stuff inside us too, like any like dust and stuff we've collected over the year, we cough it up and get it out, and we can feel a bit unwell. And so what better time of year and Christmas to stuff our faces full of sweets, or especially with kids, because lots and lots of sugar is going to affect your immune system as well. So what do? Tell everyone, make sure your kids get their flu shots, because they've got the flu's going around or whatever. But yeah, man, it's so complicated.
Namaste, dear Mooney. We've got Moon Feather here. It has been far too long. It's an honor, as always, to have dear Mooney here. For those of you that don't know, Mooney does all sorts of shows and readings and sessions. She's a mum. She's a powerhouse. She's works with astrological alignments, looking at the planets. She works with tarot. She works with other forms of intuitive work, and obviously esoteric research, and she's just lovely. Welcome, dear Mooney. It's so lovely to have you here. Big love. Tell us a little bit about yourself, and you can find all the channels in my recommended channels. Check it out. They're all there. Mooney's there.
Peace and blessings to everyone. Oh my goodness, it definitely has been a very, very long time since I was here on the round table. My goodness, my life is just it's very packed with lots of stuff, lots of things, but I'm grateful. I'm grateful for it all, and thank you for continually to hold the space here, Franklin. I think it's wonderful, and I'm grateful to, even if it's just like I took a little bit of a late lunch. I said, let me get on. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me just jump on. I'll sacrifice not eating just to jump on here really quick, because I have been listening just for a few, and it's so good. Shout out to you, Indy. So much love to you. Happy belated birthday. I think it was like last month or so to Indy, and oh my goodness, to General Shinobi, blessings to you. It's so great to see you here. We met General Shinobi and I think it was like early in the month, last month, something like that, right?
Yeah.
Not too long ago. It was great. Our connection was very, very wonderful, and I'm extremely grateful. And shout out to everyone that's in the chat as well. I know sometimes I jump in, I say hi, and I respond a little bit, but then my life is just so busy. But I absolutely love. Hey, Indy, what's up? I absolutely love this conversation that you guys that I was able to listen. I think for the past maybe 15 minutes. Shinobi, you are on fire. I love everything that you've been building on and been speaking of here, because it's definitely something extremely big. Right, we come across a lot of energies and this personal journey of ours, right? But you can't help but to see how it's also playing out on a bigger stage in the collective, right? And on the world stage. Because as of late, Spirit has been really putting it in my heart. These well, a lot of things, but mostly, right? What's happening recently here in the cosmos, right? As far as Three-Eye Atlas, right? I know there's a lot of different opinion out there, and I just say, hey, whatever Spirit puts in your heart of however you want to feel about it, that's justified as well, right? But there's so many things, so many synchronicities that I can't help but to come across and see that the time that we're in, that's connected to Three-Eye Atlas. I don't have my notes in front of me because I'm talking to you in my car as I'm talking to you guys, but I will try to fill you in on what Spirit has put into my energy thus far. So I was ignoring what was going on with Three-Eye Atlas back in July, but for some reason, as I'm, doing my show on the Mooniverse and reading into the stars and the different alignments, I realized the trajectory that Three-Eye Atlas was on. It's very profound for this time. And why is that? Because we are what's called a grand air trine. So if you look at you want to look at the moon chart, right? And right now there's a 120-degree trine with Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces. And that stuck out to me a lot, especially from the second that I heard that Three-Eye Atlas made its pass by Mars. And then if it stays in its trajectory, it will also, it'll pass behind the sun, then the closest to the earth after that, which that's what's coming up later on this week. And then November, December, it will be a very significant time, and then on its way out past Jupiter. And I was like, oh, well, that's interesting, because Mars, where it first made its pass, Mars is presently in Scorpio, and Scorpio is in this water trine. And then Jupiter, presently right now, Jupiter is in Cancer, which is also part of the water trine. I was like, oh, very interesting, Spirit. And and if y'all already know, the symbol for water is the upside down star, which is still a trine, right? So I was like, okay, so then what's the significance with Pisces? And I was like, oh my gosh, holy crap. The second I focused on Pisces, I instantly thought of the Vesica Pisces, and then immediately I remember the World card. Not only the World card, but also the Universe card in the Thoth deck. And as I'm looking at them, each and every planets, especially, and then on top of that, let's not forget that presently right now, Saturn is in Pisces. So you have the divine masculine, the Saturn, the father. in Pisces, which is the divine feminine. So you have this huge water energy that's going on right now, very powerful, in 120 degrees trine. But then also, what is the number of the world card? It is the number 21, as well as the universe. And then, and if I'm not mistaken, all the pictures that I see, I don't have the Thoth deck, but every time I see it, behind the title, the universe, you see a trumps, the word trumps in the back. Correct me if I'm wrong. But then, of course, that's the political party that's in in rule right now, as far as the United States is concerned, right, in politics. And it's just very telling of the time that we're in. And you have Saturn, you also have Shinobi was talking about Saturn. Saturn is related to the world card as well, right? And if you look at the world card, then you have all of these, right? You have the angelic being up on the top, which is air sign as well. Next to that is the bird, the feathered bird. That's also air, representative of air. And then you have the bull, and you have the on the bottom, and the lion. So that's earth. So when Shinobi was talking about a huge presence of the 4 and 5, is that the right number between the heart and the mind, right? So you're saying earth and water. I would also relate it to earth and air. And now there's a lot of talk and speculation. Oh, this is this 3-eye atlas could be alien technology, whatever the case is, or we could be getting a visitation. I don't know, whatever it is. Okay, all I know is there's way too many synchronicities as far as the cosmos and the timing of this, right? Because they're also saying that we will be able to fully see it, even with regular telescopes, for December 21st. There goes the 21 again. So you have the 120 trine, which will still be in that trine for December. Okay, and we know that water. What's water? Water is birth. Water is feminine. Water is intuition, right? And if you also see there on the Thoth universe, she is stepping. This divine feminine is wrapped. She has a snake wrapped around her, right? We are in a snake year, right? So this is very profound. I think what's happening is extremely profound. Now, is it going to be for everyone? Well, if they don't see it, or they're not one to experience this, but I think this is very telling. I think what is coming is a huge merge, a huge coherence of the heart and the mind, the divine and the feminine unifying, becoming one, right? A huge shift in consciousness. Are we going to possibly get downloads? We get them all the time, but I think this is a very profound time that we're in. And these little things just stick out to me. And I share them, and if they're embraced, they're embraced, and if not, that's okay. The message is for whoever it's going to be. And if the message is only for me, then hey, it's it is what it is. But I think it's beautiful. I mean, you do have the energy of, oh my gosh, it's the end of times and this and that, whatever. It very well could be. We've changed timelines so much from the time that we've been born, right? From one decade to another. The time that we were born in doesn't even exist anymore. But we just never thought that it would shift the way it did, and it has. But I think this is a very, very profound time that we're in. And yeah, I'm excited. And and of course there's a lot of fake stuff out there, as far as disinformation or whatever the case is. But what is undeniable is that for through so many cultures, all right, as far as we, records have gone back, there's always been, especially in the artwork, there's always been the presence of you want to call it aliens, supernatural beings, UFOs, whatever it is, in all cultures. They're all present, right? And I'm just saying, why would now be any different if they were to present themselves? I think if they do present themselves, it'll look different to everyone. It won't look the same. Yes, there might be there might be the beings of this world, the rulers of this world, trying to shift that, because they've always tried to hide the truth from us, bury it, right? Bury it in the earth. But then what's happening now? All of these things are unearthing, right? And I think that's what we're going through right now. This is an unearthing of the truth, as above, so below, right? Air, which is also waters above. And then, it's just, I think it's just a beautiful time that we're in. I hope I'm not rambling, and I hope that made sense. I know there's other points that I can't think of right now, but I just wanted to put that out there because this is something that's been heavy in my energy lately. And and I just, was wondering what you guys thought about that.
Not rambling at all. In fact, I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense. And this comet, I don't even know what to call this, but this atlas, whatever it is, right? There's a lot of speculation as to exactly what it is. Coming at this time where it is, near the Earth, passing by the Earth, obviously it's not an accident, right? With the changes that we see happening in the world and the amount of shift that we are getting literally right now. They are literally rewriting the code of the web right now. Right, everybody's going to be getting different sets of controls. What's happening in London and Australia and many countries in the world is this ID, digital ID to access the interweb. South Africa is not getting one, but our existing identity system is going to be integrated with the web between now and the next 4 or 5 years. They've got a program they're going to work. So we won't need digital IDs because our actual IDs will be digitalized anyway. So we won't need a new one. So, and it's probably going to happen in most countries. So, I mean, that's just one example of what's going on. But I'd love to add to like what you were saying while you were talking about these cards. And obviously the world card is very much related to Saturn, right? And so we're looking at the world here. The reason I've pulled this card out, look at the posture of the arms, like an arrow pointing upwards with the head, the crossing of the knee, the focus is on the right foot, right? And then we look at an inverse polarized perspective of this, right? And here we see a very similar motif, yeah, but different and inverted, where the right foot is still the focus, yeah, and the left foot is still crossed in the very, very much the same way as the right foot is crossed with the world. And she is in a state of dance, total movement, right? And this wreath around her, I believe, symbolizes the green man, which represents the old form of Saturn. And within this green man is the world, Saturn's power. So that's why this card is so associated with Saturn. But then we look here and we look at the hanged man that represents the element of water. You were talking about water, weren't you, Mooney? This is the card for water, the element of water. So here we see he's hanging from a tower cross, right? And this is the T of Saturn, Saturn's T. So, and it's been turned into an X as well in many languages, but this is the Tau cross. This is the traditional cross of Saturn. So it's really interesting when we see that this represents sacrifice, right? The hanged man, the watery element, represents sacrifice, and we're all being called to sacrifice or to be sacrificed, right? The current financial system. And she is representing the dance of life and the joyful movement into matter to experience all that matter can give you, because matter is a very tangible, experiential food and sex and joy and the warmth of the sun on your skin. You know, there's a lot of sensual gratifications that this world represents in this dance of life. These sensory gratifications aren't necessarily bad, but we tend to get addicted to them. And so here we've got these two polarities of like total sacrifice. And I think it sort of ties in to what they are expecting from us now in terms of, you know, the way that the world paradigm is changing and the way that this epoch is moving to the next epoch. We aren't being given an opportunity to mourn the epoch we've come from. And my impression is, what is this going to be? What is going to be on the more personal level changes that we can expect that are going to relate to the celebration of our ancestors on a personal level? Because the laws seem to be getting more strict. Have you guys heard, and Mooney, maybe you've come across this too, that in the States that the cadavers are drained into the sewage system? Is that true?
Well, what I've heard is, and it's just to add that you pulled up the hangman. The hangman is the 12th card in the tarot. That's just 21 in reverse. 1221, which goes back to December 21st of the day that I was talking. That it's another day that sticks out a lot with this appearance of three-eye atlas. And also they're saying that this might also play in, they might go hard with the coming of Christ. And it's another thing why I you know, the Vesica Pisces and the world card stuck out to me, because you know, they removed the image of the divine feminine from the Vesica Pisces and inverted it into the Christ figure. Not saying that they're separate, but that's what they did. But this is why I'm saying that this is a unification. It's a time of unification of the DM and the DF, or the man and the woman. But anyway, what they do have here in Florida, I'm sorry, in California, they did approve the use of, oh my gosh, is disgusting, the use of cremated bodies and as a oh my goodness, as a fertilizer in you know, in the farms. It's disgusting. Or to put it in water to, you know, fertilize plants. So yeah, that's what's probably what you're thinking of. It's disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it's we're getting to a head with all of this, and bringing it back to the personal, you know, our own ancestral, our emotions for our loved ones are being sacrificed. I think that's the sacrifice that we're making on some personal level. Like, most families don't have the time to spend time together. Where in the old times we were around our family and it was normal and natural to spend time with the family. But these days our unnatural world has been sculpted economically in such a way that we've got to jiggle, we've got to push. We've got to work 6 days a week, 7 days a week. We've got to continually be, you know, running against the clock, as it were. And this creates its own sort of set of dynamic issues for like the logistics of spending time together. And I think like this is part of that disassociating, divide and conquer of people. And the interweb has become another instrument of this. So the further we get from ourselves, the bigger the generational gap becomes between parents, children, grandparents. And that disassociation means that we can't honor the previous epoch because the grandparents aren't telling the tales like they used to the children anymore. And the parents are forgetting the tales of the grandparents, and we're being sort of brainwashed into believing that that was just some old-fashioned nonsense. This is what the world is at. They've been left behind. They don't know what's going on. They didn't know anything. They were like really dumbed down then. Now we're like woke and intelligent. And this whole attitude. Wow, Indy, what have you got there, brother?
This is a map of the zodiacs that my girlfriend just held up, and I was like, wow, I wish we could see it a little clearer on here. Kind of have to get a little closer to see more details. But they have the zodiac line up on the ecliptic. And I made one of these in my room. It's not as fancy and detailed, but as the sun travels on the ecliptic, it kind of shows how the 12 zodiacs unfold. I don't know if they have opicus in here, but this is a hypothesis of the Copernicana, the hypothesis of the Ptolemaica, the hypothesis of the Tychonica. So these are famous astronomers and their models that they show in these little other spheres. This is a pretty awesome chart. Try to get.
I love that.
One.
I love that. Those. I'm sorry. That just looks like the Vesica Pisces in the middle. The two. It's amazing.
It's there. That's beautiful. And I wanted to mention you guys that the new moon Grand Cross and the moon, we're having a new moon in Libra. And it connects with the social and outer planets, Jupiter, Saturn, Chiron, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. There's also a grand trine with Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto until April. That's just started. And so
was new moon yesterday?
It was a few days ago. It was the 21st, I believe.
It was on
23rd.
Sunday, Sunday.
All right. So what they're saying is that this is a powerful aspect patterns with the luminaries and a grand cross and the finger of God. They're saying that this is a good time for new beginnings in relationships, creativity, and aesthetic appreciation, as well as harmony and balance. And Libra is like the balancer. So it's like a really good time to start over and recreate things, base, turn over a new leaf, so to speak. And these factors make this one of the strongest lunations of 2025. But I also wanted to mention that all this talk about the stars and the mention of 21 and 12, which reduced to 3, the number of sky and soul. I wanted to talk about how the soul travels across the sky. According to the ancients, that's been written on Göbekli Tepe, and the Rapa Nui had written it onto the figures in Easter Island. But the ancients thought that the soul would go to Sirius after death and then travel across Orion to Deneb and Cygnus, and that's kind of like across the Milky Way. And so then from Deneb and Cygnus, our soul is then reborn and brought back to Earth. According to the ancients, they've kind of traced that in the stars. And so I guess that might have been their way of tracing the Milky Way. And there's a certain direction of which they think that the soul kind of goes through the reincarnation process across the Milky Way and back, which is an interesting thing that's been common across cultures, like across the globe on different parts of the world, from Turkey all the way to like Easter Islands. So it's pretty interesting how they've always connected us to the stars in our current like understanding of history. But there's kind of the lost history of the ancients is more that we didn't necessarily go up and out into the stars at death. We would go down and into the underworld first. And then if we had not committed any of the 42 transgressions of Ma'at in ancient Kemet, the Cometian souls that had never sinned would be able to rise up and then become a star to shine back down onto all of the universe, all of the principles and the learning of harmony that they had achieved in their life to inspire others. In the ancients, in the tribal people say that you can hear the stars and that you can learn from them.
I would say that's exactly where I was getting to, was like, I think like, you know, I think what we're looking at when we're looking at the stars isn't quite exactly what we've been taught. I think we're looking into more than just this dimension. But it's interesting you mentioned Sirius and Orion. I mean, Orion is the constellation of Osiris, right? And Sirius is the constellation of, obviously, Isis. But also within Sirius, you have the dog star. And that's the Anubis connection that you were talking about earlier, Toby. So in the old pyramid, now obviously in Egypt there's obfuscation there. There's a lot of pyramids in Egypt, and quite a number of those pyramids have been recently built with little baked bricks. And they're basically dismantling and falling to pieces because they're not the old ones. But the main old pyramid, the one which has got 8 sides, the 8-sided pyramid, and you can only see the 8 sides on the is it the equinox? Yeah, on the equinox you can see the 8 sides of the pyramids. The rest of the year, I think it's the equinox. Just check me if I'm wrong. Fact check me, because it's the subtlety of those angles is so subtle that you can't see it. But when the sun is just right, you actually can see that there's a shadow that runs down, showing you that there's 2 sides per each side of the pyramid. That original main pyramid, the one which is obviously much like an old pyramid, not the newer ones that have been built, that one has 2 passages, and the one passage points at the dog star. While it was aligned specifically exactly with the dog star in about 10,500 years ago, I believe. However, it points at the 7 sisters, and at 7 sisters, at the Sirius constellation, and the other passage points directly into Orion's belt. And so these 2 passages, this is, I think, why they've got this association with life and not being alive, the passage of life, ancestral connection through the pyramids. This would have to reflect these cosmic potentials of where life force comes and goes. So that ancient idea that you're talking about is built into many pyramids, not just there. We see the same thing happening in South America. Many of the other pyramids seem to be aligned, and the Sirius Orion belt connection, which is obviously Sirius is Isis, Orion's belt is Osiris, and Osiris and Isis resurrects Osiris and finds all of his 12 pieces and gives him a new gold member, dun, 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 and you know, so that he can impregnate her to bring Horus to her. And Horus obviously is the horizon, and you know, the right and the left eyes of Isis and of the sun, of Re, are in Horus's domain. So this connection of Horus becoming the next epoch that follows, it's very interesting that you mention that connection, because I think there is a lot of evidence that this may be more than just a story. When I left my body and I drowned, I was going somewhere, and it was out there, man. It's just like you know. There must be
what do you think could be a connection between Cygnus and Ma'at? Cygnus is known as the swan star, and it just makes me think of Ma'at's feather being weighed against the heart. You know, that's kind of like the final step before you make your move from the underworld. After that,
what is that Irish tale about the 5 swans? Do any of you know it?
Giants that turned into swans. Is that the story?
They were the children.
Yeah.
So there was a great war, and these children there was some king that was wanting to get their hands on these children because they had the birthright from ancient times. So they were turned into swans and they went off, and they had to complete the circuit coming back. I wish I could remember this mythos. It's been like decades since I've read it. But this is a really interesting mythos to look into. Maybe I'll try and find it while we're looking here. But there's a lot of interesting story in the Irish canon of mythos relating to the technologies that were around at that time, teleportation, and once again we talk about Isis resurrecting Horus. And this is an interesting concept because this resurrection, not resurrecting Horus, sorry, resurrecting Osiris after Set had done his work and carved up Osiris and hidden all the body parts all around the planet so that he couldn't once again be resurrected. And I wonder what he did with the penis. Why could Isis not find that piece?
The story of Isis seems very similar to the story of Sophia in the Demiurge, because Isis made Horus from the parts of Osiris, but without the phallus, so without the father. Like Sophia created the Demiurge without the father. And there's a correlation between the Demiurge and Horus and Marduk and the new age of Horus. But I've got to go in a sec, but I've been making notes since Mooney was talking, so I'd just like to just go through them quickly. And if anyone's got a notepad and pen, write it down, because there's not loads, but it's just obviously that was quite a while ago, and I do need to get this stuff off my chest. So just back to Three Eye Atlas quickly. I do apologize, guys, but just got to share these. That the 3I is 999. So that would be emergency, or the emergency, and then you have the waters emerging there. And then the trine is 21. The 2 and the 1 is Ba, B-A, and the Ba is the part of our soul, well, is our soul. It's the human-headed bird that travels to other realms when you're dreaming, and water's associated with dreaming as well. And the Ba is our soul and our identity. So this ties into digital identity as well, because it's the soul, it's the Ba part of us which is under attack. It's the dreaming, it's the imagination, it's our identity and our connection to the ancestors. And then December the 12th, 21st is a 33. So there we have the 33 when Christ died on the cross as well. And then the end times is just the end of time as we know it. It ties into Saturn and our perception of time going from Chronos to Kairos, from air to water, from linear mind to flow, more feeling time. So the Ba, or the 21, and the dreaming is associated to our ancestors as well, because I do believe when we dream, like from my personal experiences, I've had some very profound dreams where I've done some very interesting rituals, like one of which would be in a big circle, like having ram's heads in a big circle. And unfortunately, I can't remember any more of it than that, and creating this circle with ram's head. And I had a guide there, and we just ran to go and do the next thing. And another one would be to do with snakes. And I think that when we're dreaming, that we do work with our ancestors or parts of ourselves, which are our ancestors, which tie into the stars, which is water, which is in water above. Stars are frequencies in water, which we can tune into. And our DNA is the waters within, as above, so below. So we have the lights up there and we have the light in here, because our DNA is light in water as well. Again, frequencies we can tap into. And there we have the emergency and the frequency, which is all happening right now, because to be honest with you, there isn't a bit of an emergency going on, like spiritually, like the war we're in. And I think that perhaps this Freya Atlas is here to help us with that. And perhaps what we need to do is we need to shed our skin. We need to die. We need to have a rebirth. That's what the snake is about. And the year we're in is the number 9, 2025. We go into 2026, which is an X or a 10 next year, which would be a cross. And then there's Christ dying on the cross. And then there's this 33 tying in with this grand trine, the Christ, the Antichrist, inversion, whatever. Also, the Libra new moon that you mentioned, Indy, I believe, to do with balance and freedom, also ties into Anubis, which is Anu, Saturn, and the abyss, the depths, the deep time. And that we have freedom by balance, by the mind and the heart, the feather and the heart. Also, I wanted to mention with the soul, and oh no, it was becoming stars, because the story of Chiron, the wounded healer, that he wasn't actually a god. He became a constellation or a star after he did the alchemical work of transmuting his trauma into a power to be able to heal others. I've got loads more notes as well, but I just had to get some of that stuff off my chest, because like Mooney, you're making so many connections there to do a 3i Atlas that I hadn't thought of at all, which ties everything in to do with our identity, digital ID, the bar, our soul, which is the bar, and you have the car, which is the spirit. The soul is the earth and the water, and the car is the fire and the air, like the vital life force of the spirit. So I believe it's our bar, which is under attack, and the bar is how we connect with our ancestors. It's our identity. It's what we identify with. It's our story, is our identity. And this ties into crossing over when we die as well, to have a story to tell the archons, which are in the rivers of our psyche, which might be our ancestors, might be gods, guardians of dimensions, but it's very important that we keep our identity, we keep our bar, so we're able to travel to the other realms when we're awake and when we're asleep, so that we can pull things back. And there's a saying as well, I'm going to try and remember what it's called, but life is a dream that we must wake from, or something like that. I've butchered it, but life is but a dream that we must all wake from until we dream again. And it's water. We just got to navigate our waters and sort of like shed our skin. And I think that all of this stuff that's going on at the moment is inviting us to shed our skin. Like, obviously, loads of trauma and stuff in the world at the moment. And the way I view it, like, simply, is Zervan, cosmic time, the womb, matrix that we're in, that right now something is being birthed. Like, we are being birthed, like a higher self, so to speak. And we can choose whether that's the good one or the bad one, whether it's Ahriman or Ahura Mazda, or earth and water, our connection to the mother, the earth, the water, or whether it's, I'm not trying to say that air and fire is negative, but just I sort of link AI with air, with the mind, and I think that that's useful and it's good. But because our mind is up here, we really need this earth and watery energy to meet it, so that the scales are balanced, and that's how we have freedom. Libra.
That's beautiful. I absolutely resonate with that, Shinobi. It's great. I'm sorry, I have to also go as well. I'm glad I was able to spend a few minutes on my lunch hour with you guys. Listen, yeah, it's definitely a call. I think what's about to take place, we are at the precipice of a huge shift in our consciousness. We're being called, like, all, especially, we just came out of Libra season. So you were talking about the scales and the new moon, and the next day we jumped right into Scorpio season. So it's very telling. It's showing us a story. It's like a guide, not what's going on out in the cosmos, but what's going on within ourselves, within our own journey, within our own soul and consciousness. And it's definitely a call to our authentic self, whatever that is. And when we I feel I had this conversation with Chris Miner, shout out to Chris Miner, about, that when we dream, because Shinobi was just talking about it, are we still our authentic self in our own dream? Who are we? So this is a time where we're going to be called to sacrifice, just as Franklin was talking about with the hangman there. We're going to be called to make sacrifices, and it's putting away the old person, the old woman, the old man, and take on the new one, right? And however that may look like, it's sort of like a physical death, and then going into, which is the earth, right, which is representative of earth, the physical death, and then going into a spiritual rebirth. And I think that's what's very significant now. And and I'm excited. For me, I'm excited about it, and I know it's going to look very different, in everyone else's life, but I'm grateful to be here. And I'm grateful to share these builds with such wonderful people as yourselves. I love y'all all so, so very much. I'm so sorry I can't hang out with you guys more, but I'm so glad we were able to at least build a little bit during this time. And Franklin, so much love to you, and to your family as well. So much blessings to you, Indy. Always so cool to see you. John Shinobi, thank you so much for being here as well. Yeah, so much love to you guys. We'll talk again soon. Okay, reach out to me. Y'all know how to reach out to me, and I'll try to be back as soon as possible. So much love to you guys. Take care.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Awesome.
Bye. And bye to everyone in the panel too, in the chat. So much blessings to everyone in the chat. Get excited, guys. It's exciting times. It's very, very exciting times. We're the ones that called all of this beautiful change in, and we have to embrace it. It's about alchemy, right? That's what's going on. Alchemizing all these beautiful changes to be able to evolve into these amazing spiritual beings that we are. So guys, I love you guys. We'll talk soon. Okay, bye.
Take care. It's an honor to have you on. I hope you and your kids and everybody around you and your family are going to thrive. Enjoy.
Yes.
And enjoy your Samhain. Big love.
Big love, guys. Bye.
Love.
Yeah, I've got to shoot off as well. Take care, guys.
Namaste, dear brother.
Apologies for the long rants. I take notes when you guys are talking. I don't want to interrupt, but then I'm like, I got to share these bits. But that was like half an hour ago. So yeah, man. Big love to both.
Never apologize.
Oh, it's good.
Take care, brothers. Talk soon.
Big love and honor, brother. An honor having you on the show. Always. Travel well, travel safe, travel with smiles and happiness and grace. I hope you and your kids are going to have an awesome Samhain, and I hope your lovely partner kicks butt.
Nice one. I'm sure she will.
Hoop spinning. Care, is she competing? Yeah.
No. She's doing a show. Like she's part of like a sort of like circus act, I guess. So she does like dancing and hula hooping and like like fan feathers, like fans stuff. She does loads. She does like stilts and stuff as well. But tonight she's Medusa. So yeah, should be fun.
Nice. Wow. Yeah, big love to her as well. And to you.
Take care. Bye. Thanks so much.
Honor, brother. Blessed be. Welcome, dear brother Zerilat. Honored to have you in the show with us. I hope you are thriving. That almost looks like a motorbike seat, doesn't it? Looks like
Yeah.
a Harley Davidson from this
Yes.
angle. It's like he's gonna come and jump on his Harley. Brum, 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 brum. How you doing, brother? Namaste. For
Welcome.
those of you that don't know, Zerilat, he's
it's
a wizard, podcaster, a researcher, a rune reader. He does a whole lot of occult work and occult research. And Zerilat's Eternal is his channel. It's in the recommended channels. You can see them all here. Mooney's there. He's there. Indy's there. Big love, brother. It's an honor to have you. And yeah, man, tell us a little bit about yourself and let's keep flowing.
Alrighty. Yeah, I mean, I've been on several times. I mean, I think everybody knows me. I don't think I need to go through introductions, but things are good. I've been reading Rules for Radicals by Saul Alinsky on my channel because I'm a little bit on let me take a look at all this radical leftist material that allegedly is the thoughts that our current liberal kids are doing now, and what's fueling the way that they choose to engage in civil discourse and political activism. Because we're, because here in the States, things are very, very interesting. There's a lot of people that weren't expecting to be so unhappy with the dramatic turn of events, as you have like maybe 75% of the country on some level of a conspiracy kick. And then, you've got this guy who is now kind of jumping into just serving neocon agendas. Like, not all, like, he's not like turning around and saying, okay, time to go back to the war on drugs and stuff like that. It's definitely different because the very personal, like, living level is different. It's better, right? It's way better. I mean, I grew 5 plants in my backyard and nobody fucking bugged me about anything, including the smell. So it's fine. We live in a better world either way, but it's just like, I'm getting a little sick of the perpetuity of the left not being capable of having a real argument to make this a better situation. It's just like our way and nothing to do with your way, instead of working with any fucking level of compromised wisdom. And just here we are, just helpless, watching a very Gestapo looking thing happen, which isn't really a Gestapo thing. The terms are completely effing different. But the problem is sanctuary cities.
Big part of the problem's in the water, man. They're rotting our brains. But yeah, this is the phase we're going through. Did you freeze?
I'm saying not my water. I got this bad zero filter.
Nice. Do you add salts to it?
No, I have plenty of salt in my diet.
No, I mean, for the tempering of the water itself, because are you running it through a reverse osmosis filter?
Yeah, it's a zero filter. It's called zero because the filter takes out all water soluble metals.
Yeah,
so fluoride is a water soluble metal, like traces of aluminum, I think, things like this. So it takes out of the water, and so this is one step below getting a Berkey. If you can afford a Berkey, you get a Berkey. I can't afford a Berkey. I got a zero water filter.
Yeah, because if you take all the elements out of the water, the water loses its conductivity. So normally you want to push the ppm to be at least about 45. Usually the ppm for water is between 45 and 150, 130, 140 parts per million of dissolved salts for the for the water to be able to act as to move the currents of electricity around, if that makes sense. Otherwise it leaches from the bones the salts and the minerals so that it can become carry the current, because that's what water wants to do.
How should I find out the best salt for me?
Honestly, if I were you, I'd keep it simple, man. Buy one of those simple ppm meters from like Amazon for like $5 or $10. They're very cheap. It's just a part per million. It's dissolved salts, and it's an electronic thing. You just stick it in the water and it'll tell you what the ppm is. And I'd buy, if I were you, pink Himalayan salt and black Himalayan salt, because they got different minerals in them. And I would just I'd mix the pink and the black in equal solution into some water, dissolve it, and then drip that water through a dripper into your bigger water supply and stir it up and just test it until it's about 50, 60 ppm. You won't taste it in the water, but that will give you a fairly good balance, because the pink Himalayan, and these are all natural salts, and you're going to use such a small amount that, like, if you buy like a kilogram of each, it will last you like a year or something, Yeah. It's such a small amount. So you make like one bottle of your salted water, and then you just put in like a shot into a big canister of water, and that should sort out all of your water. You'll get used to it. By the end, you'll be able to do it by eye. You'll be able to eyeball it, You'll know that like half a teaspoon sorts out that much water, and you'll just... Yeah.
I once heard, so I don't know how viable it was, but I once heard from someone that an issue with Himalayan pink salt is that there's a blasting process to how they get it out of a mountain, and so that there's something up with getting salt that had to be blasted out of rock. Is there anything does that make any sense to you?
I think there might be, but to be honest with you, like, a lot of the salt is also found on the mountain. So you got a big part of the blasting process. They're not blasting to get the salt. They're blasting to get the other thing. Salt is the byproduct, because the salt doesn't have a high value, right? It's not a high commodity, but there's a lot of minerals in those mountains. Emeralds, rubies, that's what they're blasting. The salt is a byproduct, sort of the same way that the quartz is often a byproduct of the blasting as well, right? Because like quartz is such a cheap thing, they're not going to go and blow up a mountain for quartz, but they will blow it up for all the other gems, and then they'll have like big kilogram buckets of quartz that they'll sell for cheap, because that's now a byproduct. But a lot of the salt is, like, for example, if you go up to Ladakh and you walk around, you can pick up the salt off the floor, like bricks of it. So there's plenty of salt around. The blasting is obviously not nice for the environment, but I'm pretty sure that blasting is happening whether you want to or not, right? It's the same as like quartz. Like, I don't like to use quartz that comes from Brazil, because they're blasting the quartz out of the ground. But the Himalayas has got much less blasting. It's not so much of a big thing. The most prominent damage being done in the Himalayas has got to do with the water. They are building these hydroelectric power stations. I know, like, just below Tosh, they built one. They're building them up in the top of the Parvati Valley, the Kulu Valley, on the other side, and Nepal, they've got a whole lot of them. So they really destroy the topography to create those, because they're messing with the water direction, where the water goes, putting artificial dams and lakes up. It's a whole restructuring. So the process of what they're doing there, that's what's doing most of the harm in the Himalayas. And then, of course, people, just pollution, plastic. Bloody hell, the amount of plastic that goes up into the Himalayas is shocking. But like modern society, how can you avoid it, right? Like, just look around. There's plastic everywhere. Like, I try and have as little plastic as possible. This mic doesn't have much plastic, which is a good thing. But this knob is made out of plastic. Yeah, this is a plastic knob.
Yeah.
How can you get around that?
Well, you got you have to get those industrial hemp crops going, because your hemp oil is used as a replacement and a superior to petroleum. Mixed properly, it becomes heavily reinforced. It becomes a stronger than the highest grade plastic you can get. So yeah, this is something that I have been talking about, since 2010.
But even the hemp compressed is powerful. Like, I've seen them making compressed hemp and tempering the hemp with temperature and stuff. Hemp is an incredible substance. You can build houses out of hemp.
Oh, yeah.
They make hemp bricks.
Hempcrete is some of the absolute master builder kind of substrate to work with, because it absorbs the moisture and petrifies forever. It hardens itself over time. It becomes a harder and harder structure, like the way your bones get harder upon impact conditioning. Right. This is why it's why it's a good thing that you get your bones under some pressure. Like when I'm out there and I'm punching the bag or whatever, my bones are getting used to what happens through shock sensation, and they restructure themselves stronger from the tiniest of the micro fractures, the same way there are teeny tiny micro tears in your muscles when you're exercising.
No, you don't.
Now they have about 200,000 toxicants in modern industrial mechanized society that we come across in the air, water, and our food and hygiene products. And so, like, having polyphenols from plants, which is like the things that plants use to protect themselves from like molds and things overtaking them. When we can get access to those in our diet, or like have like essential oils we can use to put in our daily regimens, that can really help protect us from a lot of these toxicants. But there's other things you can do, is like having house plants, having like a net of like plants that like air has to come through to like come into your zone at your home, can be like a good option to be able to clear air if you're like near a factory or something.
Right.
But
I really should do that. My recommendation, if you're just terrible with getting around to plants, granted, house plants are easy because they're low maintenance. They're right there for you. Get like a succulent. You don't got to water them very much at all.
Yeah, those are good. And cacti too are good. You can also eat cacti.
Cacti are all succulent family. Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
Yeah, it's any plant that's structured to contain water, which is why they're fatty, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah, like I think aloe vera counts as a succulent, like, because that's like a cactus.
Yeah, I got a big aloe vera here. You can kind of see.
You can just you can just moisturize just like that. You can crack a freaking blade and just rub it on your skin. It's brilliant, right?
Yeah.
It's free. It's free.
You can eat it. You can put it in your smoothies.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Heck, you could use it as lube.
Yeah. All right, calm down. Calm down. Not that kind of bush today. All right.
Hey, I'm just thinking out of the box. Yeah.
I'm supposed to be the crudest tongue here. Come on, don't downstage me.
Yeah, man. So like You know, this whole story. Oh, I was mentioning that Irish story earlier.
Swans.
I found it. Let
That's
me
my-
let me let me
There.
let me crank it up a little. And I think this is like a really interesting story. And this is this story from the Tuatha De Danann. So there was this king, the Tuatha De Danann king, the new king Bordbdirg, and he had offered Lir, his daughter, Lir, who was another noble king of sorts, a daughter in order to have peace with Lir. And he had offered him his daughter, Aub, who was pronounced very much Eve, which is really interesting, right? Aub. And her hand in marriage, ending a feud. Now, Aub and Lur went on to lead, they got married, and they had 4 children. They had a daughter who was Fionnuala, and 3 sons, the Aod and Fiocca and Kun. And Eob actually passed away after the last of her children were born. Then, at the behest of Bodb, this king, Lur remarried again, but he remarried her sister, one of Bodb's, the same king who had offered the daughter to him, one of his other daughters. And this time it was the beautiful but bitter Alfie. I think that's how her name is pronounced, which is very similar to Aub, but Alfie. And she was a stepmother, obviously, to these children. And she was extremely jealous because Lur loved his kids very much. So feeling unshut out and not getting the love that she felt she deserved, this Elfie grew more and more bitter and eventually got so jealous of Lur's love and his attention for his children that she tricked the children. She took them out onto a lake, and she had great powers of magic, this Elfie. And she basically got the children to swim in the lake, and she cast a spell over them. And the spell that she cast over them turned these children into swans. And she had to put a time limit on the spell because that's how the spell worked. And I believe she put a time limit on the spell of 300 years. And
No.
so these...
Which story
Sorry?
was this again? Which story?
This is the Irish story. The Irish story of the
300.
children of Lur.
I think there are 3 sets of 300 years.
Yeah, that story is in my book. Yes, yeah, here it is. It's literally the 3rd chapter on page 56, The Children of Lur. There's chapter 1 is the ever living ones, then the sons of Turen, and then the children of Lear. This is like a collection of pretty much. I'm pretty much, we've got like a Bible of the Celtic primary folk stories of their gods.
Nice.
Yeah.
So a second 300 years on the Rook, harsh sea of Moyle. So she gave them 300 years on this lake between Ireland and Scotland, then, or this part body of water, and then a second batch of 300 years on the North Channel separating Scotland from Ireland, and that they were able to go onto this rocky island called Glora, Maya, which is interesting, Maya. She did allow them to retain their powers of speech and reason and dignity with the spell. And so when Elfie showed up at Bod's court alone without the children, Bod became suspicious, and soon both he and Lear suspected that Elfie had done something to the kids. And he came upon the shores of Lauch Dalberich, I think it's pronounced, I could be wrong. check me. I'm not. Even though it's my ancestors, you would think I'd be better, but I'm not. So when he heard the 4 swans singing in human voices, he recognized his children and understood what his jealous bride had done. And he then obviously informed King Bodb, and he got angry with his daughter. And as punishment, he cursed her to what they imagined as worst shape she could take, a demon of the air. And in the state she remains. So unable to leave this place for a 300-year-long spell, the children of Lir were unable to return home and live with their father. Instead, generations of Tuatha Dé Danann came to hear the beautiful songs of these swans. And when that 300-year period ended, it was time for them to go to the Straits of Moyle, otherwise known as the North Channel, where it was colder and harsher environments. And they had to follow this path there to spend 300 miserable years then.
Yeah, Rose and Edmund.
Okay.
And after those 300 years that had been spent in that cold sort of wasteland, they were then able to return home and be celebrated. So once they were freed from the curse, to remain connected to specific bodies of water, the swan returned home with their father Lir, and they were saddened to find their former home forlorn and deserted, because Christendom had come and basically ransacked their home. I'm guessing. I don't know. But anyway, that's that interesting story that I was sort of referencing earlier.
So like when they returned back to human form, they were very frail and old, and so they were about to die pretty much. But before they died, there was a monk that was able to baptize them peacefully before they passed, because they had been swans for 900 years. There was a first 300 years, the second 300 years, and a final 300 years that they had spent along the coast. But it was beautiful that along that coast that the Tuatha Dé Danann came to hear their song. I love that. That's definitely a thing that I thought about with the giants associated with the swans. I think there's an aspect of that associates the Tuatha Dé Danann with being giants themselves, actually. So there's actually another story about swans as well. There's a Greek story about a character named Cygnus. What's spelled like Cygnus with a C instead of a G. But first, I'm going to talk about the European fairy tales with the 6 swans. So I guess this is probably like a retelling about it. Sounds like they basically took the Celtic story and did like a retelling in the modern times. People are more familiar with potentially. A wicked stepmother and an enraged queen turned 6 stepsons into swans by throwing an enchanted shirt over them. And they could briefly return to human form for 15 minutes a day. But to break the spell, their sister has to weave 6 shirts made from star flowers and remain silent for 6 years. Her silence leads to severe trials, including her own husband's condemning her to be burned at the stake. The resolution is that the princess succeeds just in time and throws the finished shirts over her brothers, and they regain their human forms, and then the youngest brother is left with 1 swan wing because his sister did not have time to complete a sleeve on the shirt. That kind of reminds me of like some silly fairy tales, like kind of like almost like Hogwarts stuff and things like that. Kind of like silly retelling of the stories. They have the original story of Jack and the Beanstalk actually goes back to Tuatha Dé Danann as well, and it's about a slaying of a giant by digging a ditch that he didn't see the next day when he awoke. And it's very different than the retelling. Kind of like this, they take this carte blanche and kind of add in some things that are way the story quite far from what it was. And I think that's like an earlier form of obfuscation. You know what I mean? But then we have the Swan Maidens, which is probably an older story, with folk motif. In these tales, mortal men capture a swan maiden by stealing her magical cloak of feathers to allow her to transform, and then she's forced to marry him. They have children, but she eventually finds her cloak and flies away, leaving her mortal life behind. Which also reminds me of the story of Zeus, where he came down as a swan and seduced a woman to have a child, and then his wife was very mad at him, and so she sent bulls. She sent giants disguised as bulls to eat the child. But luckily, Zeus went and ripped the child out of them and tore them apart and put the child back together and put him into his thigh so that he could be birthed from his thigh. And then he became Zagreus or Bacchus or Dionysus, as we know. That's a crazy story. But then I wanted to go back and mention the Greek story. This is the most important one to me. It's the transformation of Kyknos or Cygnus. Is a king of northern Italy that was a close friend of a relative, Phaethon. And Phaethon's death was so distraught that with grief, Kyknos wept into the Eridanus River, and the gods took pity on him and transformed him into a swan, placing him among the stars as the constellation Cygnus. So that's the mythos of the constellation Cygnus.
There's a handful of other things that the constellation Cygnus with the swan is an aspect to. Swans, I have to get the information straight about it, but like waterfowl in general are in the Norse mythos associated with Frigga. Not Freya, but Frigga, the cosmic mother, not Mother Nature, if you will. So with her, there's the story of the swan that goes across, because Cygnus follows the Milky Way. It travels the rainbow bridge of Asgard, right? So that's what the Milky Way is in the astrotheology of Norse mythology, is the rainbow bridge of Asgard. And it would be the top of Ymir's skull, because that's the top of the world. And I think Heimdall has something to do with all that up there as well. But the point is, with our swan mythology here, is that we also have Cygnus is the stork. So the stork delivers the baby, right? This is the maternal process, which is why it's Frigg's symbol and not Freya's symbol. She's a maiden goddess versus a mother goddess. You know, when you're in the baby makers category, you're no longer in the Freya life. You're in the Frigg life, right? You're mother now. It's part of your spiritual developmental phase for those running in the ladies' gender. So any of these stories that involve a bird of flight going across on a great quest is an allusion to following Cygnus on the Rainbow Bridge, on the Milky Way, the Milky Highway, right? So, and that's also the other thing why we also call it the Milky Way, is because of the cosmic cow in our origin stories, right? So it's the Milky Way because that is the milk of the cosmic cow, Audhumla, which was the first being, the female being that came forth out of the ice and fire.
That makes a lot of sense. It's tracked in every culture, pretty much, isn't it? Mm-hmm. And it's obviously relation to the bull of heaven as well, because then later on we've got the bull of heaven that comes up, and this is the consort of the great cow. To this day, Lakshmi is probably one of the most important female deities in India, right? And the source of life. Like,
Yeah, age of that and the age of Taurus, we were in that kind of thing. It was the age of agriculture, domestication, and this was a first for society because we were just because we had always known the paradise, and then we had known raw survival for many generations to the point where paradise is an ancestral memory that we don't even think we'll ever have to bring we're ever going to have the opportunity to have in our nervous systems unless we move south again, right? People that live in tropical places are living more like the way things were before, right? The conditions for the men of the North were not different in the paradise time. So men of the North were just like tropical men, right? Living that way. It's not just about looks. It's also the way you had to live. You didn't need agriculture. Everything was so effing different. The way we got energy from the sun, the air, and the plants, that we did not need to eat meat to be physically fit, to be like any of us doing the need for the protein binge. There was enough protein in the plants because of how things were in this time.
maybe we didn't have to die because we had a pair of dice, right? And the paradise, pair of dice, we had 2 dice.
Right. Yeah, that's always an interesting
2 Saturn's cubes.
Yeah, that's always an interesting question, getting into how accurate was the Bible about lifespans. Are we talking about 1,000 years for real? And the information I just gave is very well informed by the Bach Saga. And the Bach Saga is not necessarily the absolute whole of anything.
What are we talking? Very long lifespans.
But I still think we're talking about very long lifespans because of because the conditions of paradise time and those in the habits of their time. And part of the mythology talks about soul strength, and that the Hyperborean royal family has all the soul strength, and that everybody else seated down below does not have as much soul strength. And so that's why they've got all this blood power and things like that. So I think that maybe that used to be the way the system worked, but I have a feeling that it doesn't work like that at all anymore, because the Bach Saga talks about how the rules changed, and the problem is that the Hyperboreans are still living by rules that don't work anymore, which is why we have all of the taboos associated with them.
Yeah, totally. And when you go to India, this is once again reiterated in the Vedic knowledge, reiterated in the Tibetan knowledge. And when you go to Sumerian, this is like quite interesting. There's this king's list, right? And this king's list is a total of 241,200 years attributed to 8 rulers who lived before the Great Flood. So they're speaking about 8 kings that lived for, seemingly a ridiculous amount of time from our perspective. Hold on, sorry, wrong tab. Rank top. So this is the Sumerians king list, and so it's the antediluvian kings, and it details all of these lifespans. But here's where it gets really, really interesting, right? After the Great Flood, which is basically put into this timeline of this list that they found, the lifespans get significantly shorter, and they keep getting shorter and shorter and shorter. So, whether you're going to the Bok Saga, whether you're going to the Vedic school of knowledge, it's also in the Americas. There are stories of how their ancestors lived for long, like great long lives. And they spoke of legends of how, prophecies of how in the future our lives would get shorter. So I do think, like what you're saying, I believe that there were long lifespans. And when we read this story of ancient Irish people becoming swans, we think, well, it must be a metaphor. And I'm actually, well, must it be a metaphor? Right? Like, must it be a metaphor? Like,
Right.
could this actually be a true story?
It's also, because it also depends. I think when we think of names, we assume that names were always distributed in the manner in which they are now, where it's a set personhood identifying contract name, right? Like Stephen Purdy, as it states on my legal documents of the straw man, right? I am Zerlath Eternal because that's more of a soul song kind of thing. But Stephen Purdy is a straw man, but it is also family. It's like there's a history of my ancestors that can be recorded going back a certain amount, which is how I figured out that I'm of Templar descent as a Purdy, how I am affirmed as definitely of Norse descent as a Purdy Templar. So, you know, you're looking at, that's why I look like the guy in the Shroud of Turin. I'm probably related to that Norse crusader that was on the Shroud of Turin that they've been running around and saying was a Jew. Jews don't look like that. Jews aren't handsome devils like that. Jews, you're wonderful people. I love you. You are handsome devils. You know what I mean. I'm being ethnically biased here. Sue me like everybody else. Anyway, my point being is what if it's a bloodline? All right, like what if that name is, you know, kind of like how theoretically, like Batman is a title. It doesn't always have to be Bruce Wayne, which is what they did with the animated series of Batman Beyond, where a young guy who's not even Bruce's kid shows up. He wasn't even a Robin back in the day, and he just becomes like the Batman Beyond Batman, getting trained by Bruce Wayne, who's now in the Odinic phase. So he's like an Alfred mentor to him and teaching him how to be a terrifying fucking villain monster, right? What, you know, like it's that, right? And the continuity of the bloodline was falling apart, and they were just identifying it by a dynasty. Because for the kings to have such a wide genetic disposition, like were regular humans going 120 years, but only the kings were 1,000 years ahead of them, I imagine there'd be a level of citizenship that maybe lived 700 and 300, right? Like intergradients. Because you'd be watching a natural selection process happen as the environment of the world changed, and the means by which the long-lasting mortal life you have in this realm, you are now diminished in shars or years. You know, like at what point do you get to? I mean, like, how old was Queen Elizabeth when they announced that the continuity of her character had died? I'll put it to you that way, right? Is Queen Elizabeth still alive and she gets to take off the old lady makeup because she never had wrinkles? Like, imagine you're a vampire, and to keep public face, you need a professional makeup artist to make you look older. You have to get uglier. You'd eventually want your character to die so you can show up as your daughter or granddaughter at some point. You get an idea of this, right? You know, in Interview with the Vampire, which one is it now since the Mandela effect? I don't remember. The Interview with the Vampire, right? The little girl's made a vampire. She's going to be a 13-year-old monster for her entire fucking existence. How does she get away with playing a queen from the age of 18 to 120? Possibly. You know, she can't. She's stuck in a child. There's only so much the makeup art. You have to have the aura of an adult. You don't have the aura. You're trapped in your kid's aura as a child vampire. Right? So you're a vampire at the place that you're at as an adult. And then you get a makeup job, a convincing makeup job. And you create a mythology that you can't come out in the sun literally, so people will never suspect that you're a vampire.
You know, this is very, very interesting conversation, because I think it relates to this idea of this immortality, which is really what we're looking at when we're looking at ancestors. But I'll give you a classic example of very specific accounts in the Vedas, for example, that dovetail these stories where they're talking about particular yogis that had these powers to rejuvenate themselves. And so one of the ones who was known to have lived for 5,000 years is the Rishi Bhirguru. And he's one of the 7 great sages, the Saptarishis, that's quite extensively mentioned throughout the Vedas. And, you know, the narrative, the story around him was he used to debate amongst many of them who was the greatest, you know, the Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, the 3 paths that one can take, which is like essentially the 3 paths of that the rune, right? And he was tested, and he lived this extremely long life that spanned several yugas, and yugas are ages, right? And an age is like an astrological 1,900 years. So in some stories he lived 5,000 years, in some stories he lived longer, and he would rejuvenate his life. And so we come across the same story, and that's not the only one, by the way. I mean, there are others as well. For example, we can get to another one who's quite well known is Rishi Chayavana, who I believe he lived for maybe not as long. He didn't live several yugas, but he lived most of a yuga. And he became really old, decrepit. He lost an eye to his wife. Not quite sure how that happened. It was an accident or something. And then he went and he created paste out of these plants. And he practiced special sadhanas using this herbs and this medicine. And he rejuvenated himself to become a young man again. And so he would rejuvenate himself. And so there's actually a lot of these stories around. And it's interesting, you know. So when you see the book Saga, I'm inclined to want to take it literally.
I'd say it's pretty close. There are things that it doesn't have in the box Saga itself, but I think that's only because it all ultimately came down to Eeyore Bach, who passed away in like the late 90s. And the story that his aunt and his aunt's sister, or whatever, or his 2 aunts, whatever, told him about the whole effing thing, and it all leans on Lemminkainen Temple in Finland and cracking open the last bit of blast stone to get to the alleged antechamber with all of the treasures from the last year of the Hyperborean world, right? Because they had a thing every year. They would go to Lemminkainen Temple, and every year the people would use gold, and it's the only thing they used gold for back then. This was not. There was most of their tech before the Ragnarok was very low tech kind of thing, allegedly. But they would use gold for aesthetics. They make statues, they make art with it, right? And so there's all this stuff, and it's It's anybody's art. It's like a time capsule, you know, from high school. You know, like everybody just made a thing and they just put it. It's a time capsule. Lemminkainen Temple's a time capsule. You crack it open and you're going to see all sorts of shit that's going to be like, wait a minute, they knew about that symbol back. How old was this rock? When did they say that? 20,000 years ago? What? Some huge fucking absolute concrete number, and you find irrefutable proof of primordial human you know, stuff, right? Lemminkainen in the mythology is equivalent to Balder, the shining god in Norse mythology, the slain god who is meant to come at the end of the Ragnarok as pretty much like the high god, right? He's supposed to take Odin's throne. That's the idea. Everybody's waiting for the son of Odin, that particular son. Like, this is the son, because it's the son that he had with Frigga. The firstborn with Frigga that he had was Balder. That's why he's the shining one, because he's the high prince. So he comes back after Ragnarok to restore the Djinn region, which is the council of the supreme force that the gods serve, which is effectively our oversoul, right? Because that's part of the looking glass relationship when you're in alignment with the gods. So what was my point? I was talking about Frigga. Get me back on track real quick. I had to explain that whole tangent, and now I lost where I was going with it.
I don't think you lost because you ended up at the oversoul, and I think that's exactly where.
I got it. I'm back on track. Lemminkainen Temple, Balder, right? So this would be the mythos, like a prophecy fulfilling itself if you can crack open Lemminkainen Temple and reveal that Eeyore's story was true. Then all of a sudden it has to be.
Is that just me?
It has to be.
Are you there?
I'm here. Hello.
Okay, good. No, it just went quiet for a moment. Please continue.
Sorry, maybe because the way I'm speaking, my cadence is maybe throwing off your system. Sorry. Anyway, that would be like the mythology of Balder's resurrection, right? The folk soul of the entire earth. You're going to see stuff that's going to hint at literally every race. You're going to see African stuff. You're going to see Indian stuff, Chinese stuff, Russian stuff. It's going to be the whole gamut of civilization, right? It'll all be there because that's what you get in the root language, in the etymology aspect of the story of the Bach saga. I covered as much media material on the Bach saga as I could on my channel. I have a whole Bach saga playlist. You can just go from there. I think it might actually be out of order, and so you kind of have to go to the last first I know, yeah, it's the most inconvenient way, but I thought I did it. But there's a lot of videos. I spent a lot of time. There was a little bit of cringe going on because some of the videos was Eeyore butt naked. And I had to make adjustments to my screen at a certain point, and I tried real hard to stick with it, but it was killing me because the guy didn't edit his balls properly, and I was scared that my channel was in trouble.
That's a bummer, dude. Literally.
Yeah, we're talking about they're not. It's just like all the way down. He's just sitting there in Indian style, flaccid. He's flat, but they got the tiniest possible like little like circle picture over his junk, like barely trying. Like they couldn't have just boxed him like he was wearing pants. No, they had to put it out there with minimum editing effort. Like, I get it, because this is why I like to be topless. I get it. I fucking get it. But come the fuck on. It's your fault for making the public product that way. Oh my God. Anyway. Well,
but I think, like, you know, now I want to get into like the nitty gritty of like where this all goes and where this all comes from, because we've been sort of we've been orbiting. Well,
Okay,
let's
I
bring
think
that orbit in
minutes.
to the center
Yeah. I
with
can give
our
you 4
with
minutes, by the way, but I'm gonna be meeting
what?
up. I'm just letting you know that I got a couple more minutes left. I'm not gonna be here too much longer because I gotta do some things before I go on with Stein in an hour.
Good. Okay, fair enough.
An hour with Stein, but I'm hanging for right now, but I'm thinking about maybe 15 minutes I'm gonna be bouncing.
Fair enough, brother.
Yeah.
So to bring that back in is to connect that with the junk DNA. They want us to believe that 97, 98, what is it? 98% of our DNA is just junk. And I'm like, no, I think 98% of our DNA is ancestral memory. And that ancestral memory is, DNA is vibrating pretty fast, right? What is our DNA vibrating at? Is it vibrating at close to a terahertz? No, I think it's vibrating between, a lot of it is vibrating between 3 and 8 to 10 gigahertz, but some is vibrating really fast because some of the DNA is mixed in with the DNA of bacteria and microbes in our body, where the frequency gets up to 10 terahertz. And I think there's a lot of information carried in all of that terahertz because, you know, like
I think
yeah?
I got it. I think that there's a gaslight in the word junk because when I was thinking about it for a second, then my mind started playing with the word, and the first thing that came to mind was so Egyptian it hurt my feelings. Jed Unk. So we don't have
like that.
DNA. We have Jed Unk DNA.
Yeah, that makes
DNA
perfect
is Jed
sense.
pillar. We are unking our Jed pillar to activate proteins in our system. You're welcome.
So, yeah, man, I love that. And we're Jedis, you know, but like some of the so collective movements to extremely high frequencies. So the range of frequencies it goes up to 10 terahertz frequency vibration. So it's between the 1.4 gigahertz and 10 terahertz spectrum. And it's got, can you imagine how much information can be carried on our Wi-Fi that goes up to a mere 5 gigahertz? Imagine the gigahertz amount of information carried when you're talking about something that ranges into the terahertz. That means that in 1 second, there's so many different packets potential, right? There's a lot of, it's like if I can speak at 55 million words per minute, how much can I say in 10 minutes? Do you know what I mean? If you could speak at the rate of 55 million words per minute, you would be able to dictate a library in like 45 minutes, right? Like an entire library.
Do this. This is why we create words, though, right? You know, like there are words in various languages, like Japanese and Chinese and such, where that word takes an explanation of a term in English. There isn't just a one-for-one translation of the word, right? It's the same thing with like Heidegger in German with his Das Ein, which is a compound word of Das and Sein, something like that. And it's this whole idea of your experience of time and space, right? And that's kind of what Dasein means, is your experience of time and space. And there's not really a specific word for specifically conveying that. It's very specific, your experience of time and space, which is why it's being in time. It's the central word of his book, which I read his book on my channel too, if you want to break your brain with me.
Yeah, so what I'm proposing is that this junk DNA, these high frequencies are different aspects of consciousness that we aren't experiencing. And I believe they're different time fields. And so our ancestors of the future and our ancestors of the past are with us now. They're not somewhere else. They're here. they're with us now. The illusion is, like you're saying, the word, the time that we're in. We're locked into the box of this time zone, which is a small percentage of what's going on in our DNA. And the others have all been collapsed. Like when you take your computer and you collapse your folders and you compress files and you make like gigabits of information become like 100 megabytes, right? By collapsing a file and a folder to make it smaller and compressing it. And then you have to unpack that folder, expand it, and bring out all of that memory out of it in order to be able to install it. Like, for example, a game. You'll get a game that's got like 1 or 2 gigabits of compressed file folders, but when they uncompress that folder, there'll be like 12 gigabits, right? Of information there. So I think that this is compressed, hyper-compressed information in our consciousness, which is a vibrational field, which is so fast and so intense that it's subquantum. And that subquantum field of extreme resonant frequencies all the way from the 1.5 gigahertz up to the 10 terahertz spectrum is subquantum field, and it's connecting us through future and past. This is why we're able to have premonitions. This is why we're able to experience past lives. They aren't in the past. We're living them now. We're living them here. We're living everything's happening here now, but we're sort of locked into this time window of something that we're experiencing as a linear expression of this, the way we unpack from this time field, like little pieces of information. And then we build our body and our consciousness and everything out of a small little piece of what's available. So in this sense, like, I think the future and the past lives are all packed in here, and our junk DNA are probably like some powerful key that can unlock that multidimensional nature of ourselves. And so, like, when I'm with my ancestors, they're not in the past. They're here with me now, and they're in my future. And it's like a very weird feeling, because like I feel like when I'm like getting an impression of the future, it's a memory from the past. And so I'll slip into trance, and my ancestors will be with me, and they'll push me. And they'll push me this way or that way. And I'll suddenly get these impressions, visions, whatever, sensations of things to come. And then I'll be talking to a client about, oh, this happened then and this happened. And they'll be like, what do you mean this happened? And then I'll have to recode it in my brain. Oh, sorry, it didn't happen. It's gonna happen, because the past and the present don't seem to exist other than in our rational sort of window of experiential physical mass. So my impression of this junk DNA field is it's like a smoking gun of our ancestral DNA that is part of our matrix right now. It's like a chain of life that expands out of our consciousness into all other aspects. And like, it's interesting what you said about these kings. Like maybe we're talking about a chain DNA of a being that lives in different time zones. It's an interesting concept. What do you think of that as a out there notion?
There's so many possibilities with that. Shoot, I was holding a particular thought I was going to ask, and then you asked me that question, and so I went to answer that question and lost the thought. Darn it.
Scientists have been coming up with new ideas for the junk DNA. They don't really like to call it junk DNA apparently anymore because they found that it has certain functions. The first function I heard that made more sense was that it's responsible for making enzymes, which there's a lot more enzymes and amino acids and proteins, and it was unaccounted for before. Now they're saying that's not what it is, because enzymes are a type of protein. Right. But they're saying that it's actually just for structural support. They create protein binding sites, and they play protective roles. So they're saying that it basically holds.
They just haven't tested DNA. They're so busy trying to figure out what DNA is that they aren't figuring out what it is.
Yeah.
That's the fucking problem. So there is no such thing as junk DNA. There's junk science being applied to I'm an idiot about this DNA.
Yes, and I'm very much in favor of the idea of
we don't think about how, but your choice of words is denigrating to my physiological essence. Right? Epigenetics, right? It's because they aren't sitting there and observing the DNA doing anything other than secreting itself into the fucking rest of the structure of the organism it's constructing. It's just like, oh, it's the building block. Look at this, like, look at all these bricks in the wall. What are they for? Right? I mean, literally, this wall, it's just Joe. We just need the frame. We just need the frame. The wall. What? Doesn't matter. You can pass through it. It was. Oh, what's the point of building a wall again? Right? Like this is people's thinking. Right? So they're building blocks. Right? Our entire physiology is emanating out of these structural ladders that are like a scaffolding throughout the entire interior of the human organism. And it goes right down into the marrow of the bones, which is why bone marrow is an essential aspect of certain kinds of necromancy and regeneration, rejuvenation magics, resurrection magic, things like that. Bones carry a deep amount of the essence. Deep marrow extractions are used in cancer treatments, life-saving cancer treatments, right? It's all there, right? And our ancestors knew this. Thor's goats could be regenerated. He could kill his goats and resurrect them. He could kill and eat his goats as long as he didn't eat the bones. Loki tricked a giant into breaking the bones and sucking the marrow out of it. Well, goats were resurrected. Their legs were lame. Just the legs, but that made them useless as goats. As a punishment, the Jotun's children replaced the goats, and they became his slaves, and carried on with him through a few more of the stories. That's mostly in the prose end of that story.
Yeah, I know that we mentioned earlier that water without proper ionization can be damaging to the bones, but they found that milk is damaging to the bones and leads to a higher instance of fractures. Even though it can make greater bone density, it does make the bones break more and can lead to osteoporosis, much like carbonated beverages also can lead to osteoporosis and are weakening on the bones. So I feel like things in the food weapon system like milk and things of the sort, like I mentioned, can be really damaging in certain ways, but other ways as well. It's also endocrine disruptor. Milk is an endocrine.
Did they do that study on pasteurized and raw milk, or just pasteurized milk?
They didn't do it on raw milk, and I don't know if they'd have the same results. I know raw milk has been shown to be way better, a whole different breed of milk, really.
Yeah, that's where I'm at, and I have raw milk every day. I pay $7 a week to get 1 gallon of milk that I stretch out across, not 1 gallon, 1 quart of milk that I stretch out. Or is it 2 quarts? It's the bottle that's not very big.
Great impact. It's actually good for your health, raw milk.
I mean, like, my bones feel great. I mean, I'm doing heavy construction. I'm not worried about, and I've not felt like anything's fucked up. But I got to get going, guys. Thank you so much.
Big love, brother.
This was a good
travel safe.
This is exciting. I can't wait to do it again.
Thank you for coming in at the right time. Going.
Later. Happy Samhain.
Happy Samhain.
Been an honor. Big love. Yeah, man. That's interesting. You know, like I think like what you feed the cow is what's in the milk. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And if you're feeding the cow just a calcium-rich diet, that's what you're getting.
And they give them extra cow estrogen. Yeah.
So, like the milk isn't milk anymore.
Yeah.
But it's really interesting, looking at this whole story of the DNA. Like, what I was thinking is like this: imagine a keyboard, right? Imagine a keyboard, and on a keyboard, like a piano, there's only so many notes, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then that keyboard, you've got those notes, but then those notes can be combined with other notes to make other chords. And those chords can be combined with other chords to make other chords. So it's like, I think that scientists are looking at DNA as if like, these are the notes on a piano, that's what it is. I don't think they're realizing the scale of, it's like if you were to look at a musical instrument and say, that's how many notes there are, that's how many sounds you can make. But then you look at jazz, blues, rock, all the different kinds of music that come out of these instruments, and they're all so vastly different. And there's so many different kinds of ways that these chords can be structured and put together, and that the intonation of the sounds can be that you can't measure music by how many keys are on a piano. And I think that's sort of like probably quite a good analogy to what's going on with DNA. Our scientists are looking at it from that two-dimensional perspective of there's so many keys on the keyboard, that's all there is. They haven't understood that there's notes and there's chords made of chords combined with other chords, and then the sequentiality of these notes create other cadence sounds, and the other cadence sound create harmonic sounds. If you play this key, then that key, there's another harmonic sound between this key and that key being played. If you play this chord or that chord, you've got the series of other harmonics working between the chords as after effects of this chord ending and that chord starting, because of the nature of acoustics. So when we start to really look at music as a far more complex and powerful egregoric field of knowledge than just the few keys on a keyboard. And I think that this keyboard is what the scientists are calling our DNA, and they are so completely ignorant to understand the subtle nuances. And so from a shamanic perspective, somebody asked a question earlier. Who was it? Can you connect with your who was it? Was it the star? Yes, what they call junk DNA, I believe, is a bridge to our ancestral knowledge. It's within us. And you were asking about whether vision quests, somebody, was it Terjerka or was it someone else? Does anyone know? Yeah, the star. Does anyone know how vision quests could unlock latent DNA sequences? What does this all mean? I think, once again, when we talk about latent DNA sequences, I like to consider that as just vibration. Now, we know we're talking about the gigahertz to terahertz field. So it's not just the 1 gigahertz field and the 2 and the 6 and the 8 and the 10 and the 15 and the 50 and the 100 gigahertz field. We're also talking about the 1 terahertz and the 2 terahertz and all the gigahertz fields between the 1 and the 2, and all the megahertz fields between each of those gigahertz fields, and all the hertz fields between. And it's a musical intonation of combinations creating cadence of vibration that produces subspace harmonic field through which consciousness is manifesting a body, through the cymatic resonant field that gives molecules a chance to fill the gap in the space for things to grow, to become physical bodies. So when I think of the DNA, I think of it as a harmonic field of vibration, and that powerful harmonic field of vibration is where we connect with our ancestors. This is why we play the drum, because the drum is rhythm. And when you get into rhythm, your mind drops all of the nonsense, right? Because you're now in rhythm and you're not thinking with words. You're not conceptualizing, there's no logos, logic. It's just pure rhythm. And because there's pure rhythm, there's just feeling. But you're not locked into a particular feeling. You're in a state of motion, and you're in a total flow with the motion, so that you start to become one with the experience of being. And with that one with the experience of being, the eyes start to open inwardly, and we start to see the hyperdimensionality of space-time and reality that we're living in. And so this gives us like a very powerful sort of a very powerful perception of who we are. And in this state of mind, we start to recognize that we aren't just who we think we are. I think I am Franklin Patrick Williams of the Shanahan family from Ireland, and with the Vevey family from the Dutch in there, with some French and some Prussian thrown in there for good measure. And I've got some of the Williams of the Welsh thrown in there for good measure as well. And am I this person? Yeah. Well, like there's more. There's all of who my ancestors are. Pieces of puzzle blocks have made this who I am. So I'm not really me. I'm a combination of all of my ancestors. And this egregoric presence of all of my ancestors is who I am. But this egregoric who I am of all of my ancestors can shape in different ways. And when these different shaping ways of all these egregoric ancestral puzzle pieces fit together, then that's a past life, or that's a future life. But it's not over there or over there. It's here. It's happening now. And it's all compressed into this field of powerful subharmonic DNA resonance, which is like the substance of space-time and consciousness and the light of like who we are. So I think, like, to answer that question, Star, like totally, you know, what is a vision quest? Viz Ion. Ion with the lion in Siam. Doo-doop, doo-doop. Think of good old Bob Marley, right? The Viz. What is the Viz? And what's the ion? So the ions is like to see the ionic fields that become the structure of atoms. And the Viz is the perception, the viz of it. And that's also the biz. It's the buzz, the buzzing, the resonant field of the vibrational, the things knocking against each other creates those points of resonance, like little drum beats. And all these little drum beats beat together and create this field of matter. And that's the biz, the buzz, which is the viz. And the B and the V interchangeable becomes the viz. So the vision, vision, is the ability to consider the structured externalization of this vibrational resonant field, which is essentially consciousness, which is structured of all of these puzzle pieces that I call my ancestors. And each puzzle piece of the ancestor is like a different orientation of me, and I'm a different orientation of them. So when we start to think of life as a chain of life, then we realize, but hold on, what about animals? Right? So I don't know. What are your thoughts with all of this, Indy? Am I
love
tickling your joy
that.
glands?
The question is like distracting from the quest sometimes. And I think the quest ion is like the energy of the quest. And you can kind of summarize the quest into like a thing, but really asking the question is like kind of sometimes the beginning of the quest. But other times it can distract one from continuing on in the quest. So I feel like also I like your elimination of the vision too, and the vis ion, and also the vibrations of the buzz. But I wanted to touch on something you guys had mentioned on earlier, and it kind of ties in with something that Zerlath was talking about, where he said we're kind of like caught up by, like, in modern times, by like some corruption of like the mind, and like I don't know if he was mentioning like the mind and the body and everything, but I feel like there's a way to like escape it. And you guys mentioned that there was ancient times where they mentioned people lived much longer. In the old times, like maybe the antediluvian times, people lived to like, you know, 1,000 years old. But and you had mentioned that in India there's mention of gurus like the guy who had lost his eye, and they lived to like incredible ages and stuff. What age did he live to? Do you remember?
I'm not sure, but it's thousands of years.
What, did he live for 1,000 years?
Thousands.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. But no,
There
there's
are
actually
numerous. There are numerous accounts of specific people that lived for thousands of years, and they regenerated their bodies using soma and the Shiva took
we lost.
Parvati onto the mountain and taught Parvati how to make her body live for thousands of years. There's a whole tantra written about how to do this.
There were plants that could do that. There was ambrosia, but which is now supposedly extinct, and there were other ones like Silphus, I think. But recently there's been documented cases of people living for centuries just by having a diet that is completely different than like the standard diet of people. And basically it really is mostly just a raw vegetable diet, but it has a lot of strange things and mostly herbs, not actual vegetables. And there's actual other things in there like newt livers or something like that. They compensated for basically all the needs that the human body needs, and were able to live to a quarter of a century in recent times. Now, it's not documented that they're able to live to a full 256 years, as it is said, by paper documents. So they can only prove like at least 150 to 200 years by paper documents. But this guy, his name is Li Cheng Yuan. Was said to have lived to 256 years by being kind of a mountain sage and living off of this brew that he created from herbs that was taught to him when he learned traditional Chinese medicine. And he apparently had over 200 children and like 24 wives in his time here. And this was documented recently. So like it seems like to me that our power to draw upon the wisdom of the antediluvian mystics and the secret occult information that's kind of being hidden from us, we can really learn to escape the poison weapon system that's set up for us in the food and hygiene products and all these toxicants that we're exposed to. There's ways to overcome all this stuff and become immortal. And I mean, not necessarily immortal, but having extended longevity, greatly extended longevity, much more than we would think today. And they have a practice called youthing, which is in functional medicine, where people are shown that just because of their diet and lifestyle changes are toxic to their particular needs of their body and genes, they can change that and have, through a change in diet and lifestyle, begin to become younger with age. And I've done that myself. I've been looking at pictures of myself back in my late 20s, and I did not have as good hair in the 20s. My skin was not as good. People thought I was in my 50s. And I had lost about 100 pounds since then. I had gained a lot of weight in my early 30s and stuff. And it's possible to really beat the system. It's very hard to socially to eat with other people, because like if you're trying to escape certain things that are like, for example, in the standard American diet, the SAD lifestyle, SAD, if you try to not eat bread and milk products or any wheat or milk product, there's hardly really anything that's available at all. Then there's only certain places that you can get it. Like in a grocery store, there's not really going to be a single thing there besides. Sometimes they make these beef jerkies that are free of nitrates and sulfates. It's kind of a new trend. It's good to see that they're having things that are stepping out of the toxicity range, where they don't have that one thing in the ingredients that makes it really compromised. So it's not really worth having for your health. But a lot of people have kind of given up on that kind of stuff and just have gone with it. I've been trying to really work my way around it. And I found that it's really inspiring to other people that are looking to make a difference. So I did a moving job for some folks just a couple days ago, and they were like, I was telling them my story, and they were like, wow, how did you do that? How did you get younger with age? Most people, it doesn't seem right. And so me and my girlfriend are kind of in the same boat. She looks like 20 years younger than she is, and I look like 20 years younger than I am sometimes. So it really does make a difference when you can do spiritual work and find your your soul and really go inside and find your inner self, and work on finding your shadow and building harmony and overcoming your emotional struggles that have been kind of left on the wayside. That kind of move in life can really help reawaken somebody's spirit, and their youthfulness can come with that, because it's really the child at heart that's being caged up. And a lot of people come to a point in their life where they're at like a midlife crisis, and they get that chance. That's like your last chance to really, before like that point of death, where people also can make an awakening, that you can really make a huge transformation and awaken that child inside that really had so much creativity or so much generosity or so much whatever that balance it was for that you weren't allowing to come forth and make you whole and complete again. And so when that can happen, there's a lot of energy that surges with it to re-aliven the person and revitalize the whole being of the spirit, body, and soul. And I was fortunate enough to be able to go through something like that, but it was difficult for me. I had to overcome a near-death experience in order to get there, which is very challenging, and it was at the end, I wouldn't have done it any other way. It was so rewarding having to go through that, and maybe, like it was mentioned earlier, have to hold a die before casting the dice. You know what I mean?
Yeah, brother, totally. And like what you're saying makes so much sense, because like I think a lot of it's in our mind and a lot of it's in our body, and the stress and the food that we eat puts stress into our bodies. This is very interesting because like, okay, so in the in the Shiv Puranas, right, Lord Shiva is with Parvati in the Amarkata, in the Amaranth cave, and the Amaranth temple in Kashmir, very beautiful place, which has got a naturally formed ice lingam, interestingly enough. Fascinating place. And Parvati noticed that Shiva wore a garland of human skulls, the Munt Mala. Now we're talking about this ancestral thing that I was talking about, right? Shiva was wearing a garland of skulls. We're talking ancestral thing here, this vibration of all this DNA that we were talking about. And he explained that each skull represents one of her previous births. Parvati then questioned why she was mortal and reborn repeatedly while he was immortal. And he reveals the secret of the Amarkata to her. And so they went to this, this remote place, and he left his bull Nandi at Pahalgam. And he went to the place called, these are the legends in there. Let's put this on the screen so that everybody can see it. Mm-hmm. He went to, he released the crescent of the moon from his hair. He left his snakes on the banks of Lake Sheshnag and left his son Ganesha at the Mahagunas Parvat. And he shed the 5 elements of life. So he basically dematerialized his consciousness completely out of body. and the discourse in the cave. After reaching this isolated Amaranth cave, which isn't exactly a physical place, right? It's a place far away from physicality. He took Parvati with him, and they sat on a deer skin and created fire, Agni. This is the Agni Puja, to destroy any of the living creatures in the vicinity so that nothing could hear the secrets. And a pair of pigeons concealed beneath the deerskin overheard the entire story and became immortal. This is just a story of immortal pigeons, which is quite interesting. We talk about the dove. We talk about Emmanuel having this connection with the dove. Well, here's a different story with the same animal, the dove. And the essence of the teaching is that the Amar Kata is not a literal formula, but it's a symbolic teaching, although I think there's more to it. And it's basically about bhakti, it's about wisdom, it's about the shifts of consciousness. Then there's another piece of writing called the Damar Tantra. And this is another fairly old piece of writing that describes the practice of Shivambu Kalpa. And Shiva had also taught Parvati about the Shivambu Kalpa. Now, Shivambu Kalpa is urine therapy, but there's a bit of science to how this stuff is used. It's not just urine. There's quite a lot of alchemy involved. But the claims were in the Dhamar Tantra that it can extend life for as long as the moon and the stars last, not merely specifically 1,000 years. We're talking immense longevity and a host of other physical attainments from after dedicated practice spanning 12 years. So all of the tantric practices and the text presents Shivambu Kalpa as secret knowledge to be imparted only to the deserving. So this is like, this is some fairly powerful secret tantras we're talking about here, essentially. And that's just one that uses Shivambu Kalpa, which is basically, Shivambu means urine. And it comes from the combination of the name of Shiva and Sambo. And Sambo is another name of Shibu, but Sambo is let's build together. Shiva is outside of the body. Let's build together outside of the body. Let's increase your energetic field, and let's bring out the potential frequencies of that hidden DNA resonance. That song of the DNA can change your body. So this is the high magics that we're talking about. Basically, that's just some of the story. Big Love, Hollow Bones. That's just some of the stories from India related to. Yes.
Not to cut you off, but quickly, that ties in a lot with the finding of the secrets of ancient Hermeticism, where they found that actually ties back to the exact same process of purifying and working with the urine to create a salt that is able to create longevity. Amazing.
Exactly. There's a lot of alchemy involved in this tantra. The urine is used in many ways. It's drank, it's alchemized. Like you say, there's salts that's extracted from this urine. There's a lot of fasting involved. You see, here is the secret with urine that people don't realize, right? What your body needs is salts, the nutrients and the minerals. Most of the nutrients and minerals and salts that your body puts out can be recycled back. If you do your Shivambu practice properly, you can reduce your need for food drastically. You can basically become a breatharian or close to it. I mean, I don't want to say you can because, I think that breatharianism is a dangerous thing, but I think you don't rush out and do it. A disclaimer, but eating less food is going to prolong your life. So food is what shortens our lives. Isn't that interesting?
They find that overeating like pets will age significantly faster than pets that don't eat as much. If they eat a small amount, they stay younger longer. So they're finding a lot of things about that. And they've also found that vegetarians are twice as likely to have twins for humans. So they think that Mother Nature favors vegetarianism for us. Although I've considered that it's possible that maybe that's a way to distinguish between predator and prey animals. Whereas, like, if you don't eat meat, you might be prey. And so you have to numerate your population. Whereas if you're a predator, you don't need too many other predators to contend with. So you'd have a small brood.
The thing is, though, like if you look at like predators don't live long lives. The longest lives are lived by like the whales that eat plankton, or like the elephants, or you know, the predators generally don't live long lives. Their bodies aren't designed to live as long a life, like in the animal kingdom. You know, most of the really long living animals are not eating meat, and I think it's because they're getting primary food staple, where the predator's getting secondary food staple, like that food's already been used. It's like, you know, the minerals that you're getting and the nutrients are being taken from that body, so it's got to be, it's secondhand.
Yeah,
where plants live the longest.
And the plants harness that energy from the sun, and that's what we want to get. We want to get some salt from the minerals, and that energy from the sun through the plants as direct as we can get it. And people do have some element of luminosity to them, which is really interesting. But I feel like people could potentially develop to become photosynthetic. There's sea slugs that are photosynthetic. And I think one of my brother's ex-girlfriends had a really interesting theory that if people were lost or had to go for a tremendous distance in space, that they would probably eventually become photosynthetic, because it's like the only really possible way to survive without having subsistence with you. And there's light, it can be accessed pretty much everywhere. So you know, and they would become very frail, and their eyes would become very developed, so they can see in the dark with less light. And she thinks that would be people from the future or something of the sort. It's quite an interesting theory.
Now let's talk about little green men.
Right?
Where does this idea come from? Why green?
They have a big bulbous head and wide, large black eyes.
But why would they have green skin?
I don't know. It's interesting.
Chlorophyll.
Green men came from a astronomer discovery of the bad telescope in the late 1800s.
Yeah,
all these cities, and they came up with the idea of the Martians being these little green men, and I think they had like a little antenna on their head or something.
Yeah. But what I mean is that probably comes from an ancient legend.
Yeah,
because Shiva was green, right?
Yeah, and
Shiva was green. He didn't need to eat.
Cryptids from Africa, they're very numerous, and there's very like kind of different look to them. So I think some of these stories of like the little green men could come from the what are they called, the Lakosh, those little monsters you were talking about, and the Tukalosh and the Tawaras.
Yeah.
Like little people running around causing mischief. So
it's rather interesting.
Yeah, they take from those things. So it will have like subtle connotations where if it's like, oh, it's a little person, oh, they must be sneaky. Yeah.
You know, I think as well, you know, like this Agni, the purifier, the flame. I think for a moment, just focusing on the ancestors again, there's a powerful connection from shamanic law, and I think it's pretty much across the board. You find it everywhere else. The breath connects us to the ancestors. And so from a shamanic perspective, like when I climb the mountain, okay, I'm letting you into my little world. When I climb the mountain and my breathing is heavy, right? I'm breathing for my ancestors.
Oh, man.
When I'm working hard and I'm sweating and I'm doing something that's hard, I'm breathing for my ancestors.
Where you going?
And this is like a traditional idea that our breath connects us to our ancestors. And so we can breathe our ancestors in and we can breathe for our ancestors. And when we breathe for our ancestors, they are present with us. So this notion of the breath is quite an intense and quite a powerful mechanism for connecting on the ancestral spiritual plane with these aspects of ourselves which are deeper and sort of hidden and forgotten within ourselves. So when we look at this breath, right, so you've got 4 stages of breath. Let's just break this down a little bit, right? So when you're breathing in, right, you're breathing in, it's active. You're breathing in the water element. When you're breathing out, it's active. You're breathing out the fire element. When you're holding your breath when the breath rests but the lungs are full, between the water element of taking in, receptive water element, and the projective giving off fire element, your lungs are full. That is the opportunity for your prana. Prana is the word for vayu. Vayu is the spirit of air in Sanskrit. This is how the energy, the vital essences get channeled through your body and moved around. This is the air element. Then the empty lungs between the outbreath of fire is where the ash finds its rest. And the ash of the earth element is what's left after the burning of the fire. Hence we relate ash to this notion, and we can then get this idea of empty lungs relating to that grounding principle that roots us into our bones, brings the consciousness into the bones, into the earth, into the Muladhara chakra. So these 4 stages of breath are related to the 4 elements. And these 4 elements are moving through us continually. This is like basically when we're working with elemental magic of any sort, we are channeling one of these breath elements, whether we're doing it knowingly or unconsciously. This is really what we're doing. Now, the ancestors are the connection between all of these 4 elements of the breath, which is that fifth quintessence, that spiritual, that aspect of Akash, which connects all the other elements. It's that glue, it's that substance, that ionic field of connection. And through that ionic field of connection that I was talking about, that's a subspace field, that's where we're connecting with our future selves and our past selves and our ancestors. So, there's an interesting concept for us to recognize that we're connecting with our ancestors when we breathe. Now, you can see Indy. Indy takes a deep in-breath. He pulls in the water element of Mary Jane, have a sweet one. Then he holds that so that he can pull the prana of that Mary Jane essence through his energetic system, through the nadis of his body. Then he releases through the fire the principles of that burn through his consciousness to change alchemically his consciousness. And then he rests with his lungs empty and becomes grounded in that other state of consciousness. So like when we're smoking a Mary Jane, there's so many alchemical things happening. And interestingly enough, Mary Jane has been used for connecting with the ancestors.
I thought it was said that Shiva had brought weed and milk, but they were saying wheat and milk. But
Well,
in my
well,
it's a possibility, you know what I mean? But I know that the Nomos of the Dogon tribe were said to have brought marijuana and dolphins from Sirius. They had brought the cannabis, which ties back to two dogs, Canna Bai. And they come from Canis Major and Canis Minor. So they come from the dog star. And the dogs they were referring to in ancient Egypt, I think, were the whippets, who are a small greyhound-looking dog.
yeah.
They relate
Or
their stars.
the slightly bigger ones, the whippets. Yeah, the greyhound.
The greyhound itself. Yeah.
Yeah, the greyhound itself. I think those were the original ones. The whippets are also greyhound derivatives, but I think they were originally the greyhound dogs. They had laws in England that you were not allowed to shoot those dogs. You were not allowed to harm those dogs. It was like they would end you. They were considered sacred.
Wow.
And they are O-Reese negative blood type.
They were the sacred dogs of the gods that came from Atlantis or Lemuria. Or
Egypt.
Yeah.
Anubis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They say that they brought those dogs with them, and those dogs were the dogs of the people of Canaria, the Canary Islands. And it said that the gods that ruled over ancient Cometian dynasties in the beginning times came from the Canary Islands, which were the last vestiges of Atlantis. And there are pyramids there that are different looking. They're more step pyramid, but they're made from different materials than the pyramids of Egypt. And those people travel around with pole vaults. So they had a very exotic way of life. And it said that the Berber people were also the vestiges of their people, that they are the shepherd people that would travel around in the flatlands, and they would trade wives with different tribes to extend their gene pool and come back to the Canary Islands, or send some of their people back to the Canary Islands. And there was they were called the Guanche people, and they were taken over by the Spaniards eventually, and they think that the Basque people also extended from them as well. It's interesting. There's a strong connection with the Scottish rites and Freemasonry, Scottish Freemasonry, and Egyptian and Cometian and Hermetic wisdom. So it makes a lot of sense that in England they would have laws protecting these Egyptian ancient godly dogs, the dogs of the gods. And in Mexico, they revered the Xolotl dogs, the hairless dogs, which was Xolotl being one of the gods of the underworld in Mexico. And in the Greek myths, they have Cerberus, the three-headed dog, one of the protection guardians of the underworld.
Yeah, man. We had a greyhound we rescued in Croydon because they've got racing out there, and it was the classic Anubis-looking greyhound with the pointy ears. Like, obviously, the breeding isn't quite, but this was one that had like particular breeding because it had obviously escaped from the tracks, or they get rid of them if the dog runs and bumps into other dogs, they don't want them anymore. They let them go, or they do bad stuff to them, you know. But these dogs are very interesting, like extremely sensitive animals. So you can sort of see how these animals have a particular way of connecting with humans. Greyhounds are extremely sensitive dogs, more sensitive than others. Also sensitive in diet as well, huh? Like you can't feed them dog food. You have to feed them raw meat, and cooked veg. They get sick. They got O-Reese negative blood types. They're a universal blood donor for all other dog species, but they can't take just any blood. They can only take O-Reese negative, and they get sick very easily physically. You can only feed them raw meat and like lightly boiled or steamed veg. That's what we had to feed Pixie. So, you know, yeah, these ground dogs are fascinating. But I think like there's this connection as well with Bhairo. Bhairo is Shiva's apprentice, not apprentice. He's familiar. Shiva has the familiar, the deity of Bhairo. Bhairobnath. This is a dog deity. Let me see if I can pick one up here. Although the internet, you know. Bhairop Shiva dog deity. And these are ancient stories that relate to yeah, you get these silly pictures here. You get all these pictures of Shiva with dogs. Oh my gosh. No, let me get a statue. You know, we're living in 2025, so there's like AI generated. Let's go.
Shiva
Ancient.
figurines.
Yeah, now they're trying to sell me all like modern pictures of this and stone carved, ancient stone. You've got to really like get in there because AI is just owning this place, man. It's really annoying.
It is.
Stone carved statue. My search term is becoming. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, I'm finding it hard with AI has basically taken over the web. So they want to sell us all sorts of cute little figurines that have been made by people in India and what have you. But you can go look it up. Bhairab is Bhairobnath. There's lots of temples to Bhairobnath in the north of Nainital district of Uttarkashi. I lived up there for a while. Beautiful place. There's this sacred place of 1,009 shivlings in this forest with these tiny little temples everywhere with big temple complexes with lots and lots of shivlings. And yeah, absolutely, Gaz. They can trick some of the people some of the time, but they can't trick all of the people all of the time. That's that AI story. They're not going to fool us all, you know. But this Bhairobnath is like it's a dog deity that's related to one of Shiva's familiar that became deified because of association with Shiva, as the stories in the Himalayas go, and in the Vedas. So it's very interesting, you know, this connection with humans and animals as part of our ancestral connection. Well, what are your thoughts about this? You know,
There's
like, do you feel animals inside yourself?
Yeah, I always have. When I see somebody, I'm like, oh, they're totally one of these. We were just talking about everybody the other day. What animal are they? I think it was yesterday actually with my boss and my previous coworker used to be over there. And they're like, he's like a vulture. And I'm like, oh, you know what? That's the spirit animal. I was thinking and they was like, he kind of acts like one too. And he kind of holds himself like one. He's always looking around for, scavenging. He's always getting ginseng. He's a pretty cool guy. But he definitely, acts and looks and has the energy of a vulture. But I've always kind of done that with people. I'm like, just kind of sit and people watch and think like, all right, what animal do they act and look like? People all have that. There's something to it. And I created a whole thing where it's like a spirit dragon or a spirit totem. We have 5 different aspects of different types of animals. And you choose one of each type to create your totem for your dragon.
And I noticed
Yeah, completely. I mean, even my first name is named after a bird, right?
Yeah.
It's a kind of a bird called the Franklin bird.
That's awesome. Yeah.
But it's interesting, because like we've been taught that we're so separate from nature, haven't we? In this brainwashing egregoric world that we've inherited. And I think like this is really like a powerful key to connecting with our ancestors. Like when I'm with my dogs, I feel my ancestors coming closer. It's interesting. I don't know if you've noticed that, like when you're with dogs specifically, they seem to carry our ancestors. Maybe I've got a special connection with dogs as well, which I do. I mean, there's no, like you as well, your girlfriend, like I've got dogs coming out of my ears. You know, I love dogs. I can never get enough of dogs.
Yeah, I
I walk down the road and I see a dog, I got to stop and say hello. And sometimes the owners are like, "Oh, you leave my dog alone." It's like, no, don't take him away. You know.
I got 4 dogs. 2 big ones.
I was wondering this the other day, like against my own intuitive knowledge, like I already know that animals can access their inner eye in their waking state, and that they can see their ancestors when they need to in particular circumstances which are relevant to their own. They have like a difficult situation, they can tap on ancestral wisdom. Like, what did these previous ancestors do when this happened? Is there some kind of herb I need to chew on? Is there some kind of way to escape that's going to work out the best? They can see in a flash, like lifetimes of experience of their ancestors, and be able to tap on that to use in their instincts. I truly believe this, and I've experienced it in visions and stuff. But I thought to myself, maybe they don't. Like, what if this is just something I hold as a delusion? What if they don't really have that much understanding, and they just kind of like people think? And I looked at my cat, and he looked at me like I'm such an idiot. He was like, "I'm so disappointed in you." Really, Indy?
I don't know whether they understand it, but I think it's active. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah.
they probably don't even differentiate it from themselves.
Exactly.
It's just there. It's just what it is. Like, it's this reservoir of information. It's like, how does a bird know to just fly? How does a butterfly come out of its pod and just know how to fly?
Yeah, exactly.
That's not a skill that anyone taught this, you know. Like animals, you know, they have a natural knowledge and instinct that they can just do what they got to do, and they don't have to be taught it. And we've noticed, you know, with the 12 monkey story with the monkeys in different islands, one cracks a coconut with a rock. They all do. It's not just across the future and the past. It's now, the future, and the past. There's this egregoric group mind that seems to operate through these animals, and it's such a succinct expression that they just adapt to it so fluidly. Where humans, I think we resist it a lot. And the resistance of that, I believe, produces a lot of neuroses, stress, and illness. What an interesting thought.
Sometimes creatures can actually break away from their group consciousness and join another one. Like if they're abandoned and lost alone, and then they're taken in by like another species, they can become like them instead a lot of times. There's an interesting like child's book that is like Are You My Mama kind of book, where there's this bird that fell out of its nest and goes all around to the different animals until it finds its real mother. It's a cute little book. I don't know, like, would a bird probably make that mistake and be able to be taken and forget its birdhood and forget how to fly? I don't think we see that much necessarily. But
no,
we do. Mammals will join into another mammal species and act like them and be with them. Like humans have joined bears or wolves before, and will continue to act like them if they're not found by the age 7.
You know, that's an interesting concept. Like the story of Tarzan is a legend that comes from this very idea. Even though we treat it totally as fiction, there might be more to it. You know, there might have been a child that was in the wild and became, you know, close to a group of monkeys or whatever. But I do think that there is this connection, like humans with dogs, for example. The dogs that live with us, they're not the same as the dogs anymore that they were. They become humanized.
Yeah.
And they start thinking and behaving and understanding like humans do. And so they know. Sorry?
They try to get a dog to howl and tap into their inner wolf. Like some of them are so far gone, they don't have it, you know.
My dog howls.
Yeah.
I can get him to howl sometimes. I can get like, hey, let's howl. Arr, arr. Not this time of night. Josh is sleeping. He might just get up and decide this time, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's a good thing to do.
Okay.
I think the moon
Yeah.
connects us to ancestors too. You know, the cycles of the moon are important, and I think it's important to plant by the cycles of the moon. And that's kind of been lost. It's kept very alive in the Vedic world, I think, though, which can be something we can tap in on to learn from. But the moon
Well-
is
No, sorry,
Maybe a
brother. Do carry on.
whole show, you know, like that access of our ancestors and aspects of ourselves through the moon.
Yeah, I was going to say that the moon's potential is like, yeah, that's very unconscious. I think that's our natural instincts. The moon.
Yeah.
Animals are more lunar.
Body,
I'm gonna go outside.
how we feel, and our feelings and our emotions, I think, tap into like instinctual things that come from ancestral memories and experiences. They help guide
This is why
us.
drumming and dancing puts us more in tune with that, because we're going into animal mind. Shamanic practice is all about entering into animal state of mind. Forget all the adult nonsense behind, become like an adult animal and just tap directly into ancestral connections, knowledge, wisdom, power, potential, and just let it flow through you and not try and be in control of it. Like the wizard and the magician wants to be in control of everything. The shaman is just like, no, man, I'm just going to tap into ancestral knowledge. There we go. I'm dancing and I'm playing my drum and I'm chanting and I'm feeling so, wow, there I am. It flows through me. I don't know what it's going to do. I don't mind. It will do what it needs to do. It will do what's best. Let the medicine work. And it's such a sort of, it's like a way to just like surrender to the process. I think this is what animals do instinctively, right? They just surrender to the process, whatever the process is, and they flow with it, like instinctively.
That's right.
Well, it's been an absolute joy. This 4 hours has gone pretty fast. I hope everybody in the chat, I hope you guys have enjoyed. Vincent, brother, Chaos, brother, sending you big love to Joker and everybody else that's been here. I don't know who's still here, who's gone off to eat and to do whatever. Sending you all big love and big blessings up. Sending prayers, and may you enjoy this week leading up to your Samhain. May it be a beautiful time of reconnecting with your loved ones and the spirit of the ancestral consciousness that's living in all of us. May we connect with those that came before us and bring that wisdom into the world. And let's hope that we can channel it and let the world become more purified and imprinted by this ancestral wisdom. We know, like more than ever before, the world needs it. We need it. The world needs us, and we need the world. So let's allow our ancestors to make this chain happen. Big love and blessings to all of you. It's been an honor, Indy, brother.
It's been an honor. Thanks to everybody in the chats, everybody out there watching. We appreciate everybody coming into the show today. So much great comments from everyone.
Everybody there, Gaz, Vincent, the crew, the star. Big love, big blessings to all of you. To Joker, I hope you guys are going to have a great weekend. And Om Namah Shivaya. Bam Shiv Shambhu. May peace and honor find you guys in a state of joy. Keep smiling.